Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Christopher Menente, and I am the founding executive director of the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services. I am also the founding chair of the Rutgers Neurodiversity Task Force. Thank you all for coming. So, I'm sure you're all very much aware that we're running a little bit behind, but as they say, in air travel, we will make it up in the air right now. So don't fret. We have plenty of time. I'm told by everyone on my team that I'm bad at keeping to a schedule, right? So sorry, I'm the guy running the schedule today. Just be flexible. If there's a great talk going on and we have lots of questions, maybe we'll extend that talk a few more minutes. And again, we'll make it up on the back end. Just a few housekeeping issues up front. Obviously, this is a conference dedicated to highlighting kind of issues, challenges, and triumphs of neurodivergent people. And so on a related note, like if anyone needs to get up and move around, if anyone needs to walk out of the room, there's lots of quiet study areas throughout the student center here. There's an incredible space outside just behind for folks who might need to, again, get up and take a movement break. And just please note that we do have a lot of friends who are joining us via live stream. So there is a camera in the back capturing all this. So if you do have to get up and walk around, please do your best not to block the camera. All right, and so now to get on with it. So I have to say, when I came to Rutgers nearly 20 years ago as a neurodivergent undergraduate student, that wasn't even something that I knew I could identify as, right? 20 years ago, the concept of neurodiversity was entirely absent from conversations related to diversity, equity, inclusion in general. And that's, not a Rutgers thing, right? That was really the state of society 20 years ago. This concept of neurodiversity is all relatively new. Really just emerging in the early to mid 1990s, even in terms of terminology. Like again, neurodivergent was just not even something you could be when I got here in January 2005 as an undergraduate student. And I have to say that the progress that we've made, evidenced by all of you sitting here in this incredible event, is just not something I could have ever dreamed of, right? And even when we founded the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services 8 years ago, like the idea of our commitment to developing a supportive community for neurodivergent people at Rutgers, didn't include representatives from a myriad of units and colleges and schools across disciplines throughout our entire university and across campuses. So thank you all for caring about issues, challenges, and triumphs related to neurodivergent people. You guys can clap. So I have to say, this event is meant to be the culminating event of our neurodiversity task force. The task force has about 30 incredibly dedicated leader advocates across a whole host of units, including academic schools, IP&O, dining, Division of Continuing Studies, RUPD, and others. It has like dedicated neurodivergent student advocates on there. And so we work all year long trying to kind of push the envelope, increasing opportunities for access here at Rutgers. And so today is kind of the culminating event where we're reporting back out to our community all of the amazing things that are going on. And so, like I said, this really is the symbolic representation of the progress and amazing just progress that we've been making. And so just to give you guys an idea, this is our third annual summit. In June 2022, we had 81 total people show up to our inaugural summit, and we were thrilled about that. It was so nice to have nearly 100 people come and stand up and say this matters. In our summit in June 2023, last year, we had 128 people. Increased by, almost 60 or 70%. And I am so proud to let you all know that today, our third annual summit, we have 244 people registered to attend workshops in this room. So again, none of this could be possible, without all of you. And also just to give a big thanks to Rutgers Equity Inclusion and DICE, for sponsoring this event, every year for the past 3 years. Thank you to Henry Velez and IPNO for sponsoring, lunches for all of our dedicated presenters and exhibitors today. And thank you, to Chancellor Conway and Interim Gazette Dean Hart for just their relentless support of this work and neurodivergent people across students, faculty, and staff at Rutgers. And so I will say before I hand off to Interim Dean Hart, our next introductory speaker, I want to make sure that all of you are aware that in addition to these awesome presentations that we have scheduled all day long in this room, there is really an exceptional resource fair going on just across the hall, where we have 23 Rutgers and Rutgers adjacent organizations, units, and schools that are staffing tables at exhibitors to make sure that our entire community knows about all of the amazing things happening for neurodivergent people here at our university. So without further ado, it is my pleasure to introduce Interim Dean of the Graduate School of Applied Professional Psychology, Dr. Daniel Hart.
Good morning, everyone. It's truly an honor to stand before you today as we gather for this important event. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for being here to support the work done by the Neurodiversity Task Force. This initiative reflects the continued commitment of Rutgers University to inclusion, advocacy, and equity for all members of our community, particularly those who are neurodivergent. I would like to take a moment to recognize Christopher Menente and Courtney Butler for their leadership in securing the IDEA Innovation Grant and their dedication to launching this task force. The work that they've done and many others led through the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services has been instrumental in laying the groundwork for the next phase of this work. With their efforts, along with the collaboration of many others, we're taking critical steps forward to ensuring that our university is a welcoming, inclusive space for neurodivergent students, faculty, and staff. I'm new not only to my role as interim dean, but as well to the Graduate School of Applied and Professional Psychology, or GAZAP. I knew of it, of course, and was long an admirer of GAZAP for its unique blend of scholarship and practice. My admiration of GAZAP has deepened quickly as I've learned so much more about the work and history. The Graduate School of Applied and Professional Psychology has long been committed from its early days in supporting neurodivergent populations, children at the Douglas Developmental Disability Center, to the ongoing commitment to adults through the programs like RCAS. I'd love to see this work expand across campuses in the Rutgers system. Indeed, the Chancellor and I first met years ago in order to discuss extending GAZAP's applied ABA educational programs to Rutgers Camden. There's so much good work evident in this group today that ought to be shared throughout the state so that we make progress towards embracing the full diversity of New Jersey's population. The task force has worked tirelessly to identify the challenges faced by neurodivergent individuals at Rutgers. Through university-wide surveys and focus groups, the task force has gathered critical insights into the needs and priorities of this underserved group. This work makes me proud to be a member of Rutgers University and GAZAP. It's inspiring to see the way the project has fostered a collaborative effort, bringing together faculty and staff, and particularly students, to collectively improve our campus culture. As we move forward, the work of the Neurodiversity Task Force will help shape strategic priorities that promote understanding, inclusivity, and success for neurodivergent individuals. This is not just about making adjustments. It is about creating a culture where every person feels supported and empowered to thrive. I'm excited to see how these efforts will continue to grow and expand, and I look forward to the many positive changes that will result from this work. Once again, thank you for your commitment to this cause and to your continued support of the task force mission. With that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Christopher Menente, who will introduce our Chancellor.
Thank you, Dr. Hart. So, this is the third time that I have the great pleasure of introducing our Chancellor as one of our featured speakers at this event. And just, so I've said this in a couple of years past, but I have to say it again. She is by far, the largest champion, for this work. And, the success of the RCAS, the success of this task force, this summit event, none of this would be possible without Chancellor Conway's support and her being a champion, for this work. And, as she shared before, this work is deeply personal for her, and, she goes about this, as a calling. And we were so excited last year when the Chancellor announced, renewed prioritization and additional funding for the expansion of our college support program. And I am so pleased to say that that has been an incredible success, with the Chancellor's support. And so, again, that's also why this occurs during October this year. This summit is now very student-facing, and we're hoping that this work that we're doing together, is ready to directly benefit undergraduate and graduate students that are neurodiverse here at Rutgers. So, without further ado, Dr. Francine Conway.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Oh, good, you talk back. Wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Menente, and good morning. Let me just start by greeting so many of our friends who are here today to support this work. Members from our Neurodiversity Task Force, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your vision has come to life, and I'm just so excited. To leaders and representatives of the Adult Autism Services, the Graduate School of Applied and Professional Psychology, and the Rutgers Center for Youth Social Emotional Wellness, thank you for being a part of this initiative. I really want to thank our Dean Hart, who, where did you go? Oh, there you are. As you said, we met many, many years ago. We shared a vision for what GAZAP could be, and it's really, really nice to see you at the helm. So thank you for saying yes to that. To our Senior Vice Provost for Research, Dr. Hean, thank you also for your leadership and for the work that you have been doing to bring create these communities of practice that represent the best of Rutgers, New Brunswick, friends, colleagues from across the university. Welcome to the 3rd Annual Neurodiversity Summit. This culminating event really showcases the ongoing year-round efforts that everyone here has placed in this initiative. And I think you mentioned, Chris, 35 dedicated task force members have been working on this, and so really happy to see that work continuing. A lot of times we start things and we never know where it's going to go, and this really has an enduring and lasting power because of all of you. Thank you to DICE for its support. I don't know if anyone from DICE is here. There you are. Thank you so much for this. All came from the IDEA grant that, it's just a seed, planting a seed, and Chris is the ever so powerful watering of plants and that grows into trees. So, Chris, thank you for your leadership. Before I get into my remarks, I just want to take a moment for us to be silent in recognition of today and everything that has transpired since. People are hurting. Lots of lives have been lost all around. There are no sides here. We're human beings. People are hurting. And I just want to take a moment of silence to recognize and acknowledge the profound, profound loss that has been happened and ongoing. So just. Okay, thank you. About 3 years ago, our community came together to plan what is the point, or what's the direction, where are we going as a campus, as a community. And in that plan, the academic master plan, one of the things we heard a lot about is how do we take care of each other? How do we take care of each other? We talked a lot about student well-being. We talked a lot about the needs that students have. I mean, COVID-19 sort of amplified that need. And I'm pleased to say that our community has responded. We've responded by appointing our inaugural Chief Wellness Officer, Dr. Langberg, who is going to really pull us all together and amplify the good work that's already happening here. So Josh, thank you for your leadership and for saying yes as well. So Rutgers is about caring. And my vision for Rutgers, New Brunswick, and Rutgers as a whole, as Dan said, because this has implications, the work we're doing here has implications for the entire system. You know, I had this vision that we would be the kind of university where anyone who desired an education could come and receive that education. Whether it was an individual with autism, whether it was an individual with ADHD, whether it was a student with a diagnosed learning disability or undiagnosed learning disability, whatever the issue, emotional, cognitive, if you have a brain and you desire to be educated, as a state institution, that is our obligation. And this program makes that a reality. I'm not even talking from my script right now, so I apologize to my script writers, but you know, as Chris said, this is something that's very, very personal for me, being the mom of a neurodivergent child, individual who is a student at Rutgers. And I must say, I was speaking with someone just now in the exhibit hall, you know, we get to these points where parents are depleted. They have managed and raised and support and nurtured these young people all of their lives. And by the time they get to college, it's like, what do? There is nothing. There are no services. There's just nothing. And when we were working on the RCAS initiative, which I was really honored and humbled to have that opportunity when I first came as dean to GAZAP and met Chris, who brought all the energy and enthusiasm. Chris, I think we started at the same time. And you know, I sort of tease Chris and say he makes all my dreams come true, which he does, because you know he had this passion and he had this energy to just make RCAS a reality. But as a parent with a child who's neurodiverse and recognizing the lack of resources, once you've completed high school, there's nothing. Parents have no options. And I am pleased that Rutgers can say, you can bring your child here and we'll take care of them. And so Chris personally has intervened with my son. And today, 3 years later, he's still at Rutgers. And I am confident that he would not have been here today if it wasn't for RCAS and the College Support Program. And so enters Josh with his expertise, and again, as much in energy, but a quiet energy compared to Chris. You guys are a good team. Who really had this vision for ADHD kids and what they needed, and saw the need, stepped in the gap, and filled it, whether it was through grant writing, his support for the community who are supporting young people, his expansion of services for ADHD college students who can be supported with very little cost, right, because of the investments and the work that he's done. I mean, it's such a proud, proud moment for me. And I think many parents would be happy to know that Rutgers is a place that cares. And so we need to shout this from the rooftop. We need to not let it be our best kept secret, right? We want people to know all the work that you've done, how transformative it is, how it puts people before anything else, right? Because that's what we're here for. We're here to nurture and develop young minds to be impressive, contributing citizens of the future. And everyone can do that, regardless of their ability. So thank you for the work you're doing. Thank you all for your commitment. And I can't wait to hear all the exciting things that you're going to be talking about today. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Conway. And again, none of this would be possible without your support. So now, on to our keynote. You are all in for an incredible treat, as you heard Chancellor Conway said. Dr. Josh Langberg is one of the foremost experts in the area of supporting neurodivergent college student success. So Dr. Langberg is a licensed clinical psychologist. He's a professor of psychology and director of the Cassatt Center for Youth Social Emotional Wellness. He's also the inaugural Chief Wellness Officer of Rutgers University, New Brunswick. Dr. Langberg joined us just 2 short years ago. I have to say, in addition to his many professional accolades, he's just an incredible human. Like, I've really enjoyed having the opportunity to get to know him, personally over these last 2 years, and in getting to know him, I've gotten to know how much, compassion that Dr. Langberg brings to his work, that he is very much, personally invested in this. This is not just a job for him. Like many of us, he goes about this work as a calling, with a sense of righteousness in trying to make Rutgers, the most accessible place for, students with ADHD and other forms of neurodivergence. So again, without further ado, our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Josh Langberg.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the guy who gets to make up time in the air, which is okay. I'm going to start off with some brief thanks. I assume the Chancellor's here. Normally you have to run to do something small called run a university, and I'm sure you will. But thank you for being here. I was talking in the hallway before I came in here to someone who I won't name, but we were talking about there's so much pressure on leaders, and they want you to do everything. But as a leader, you really get to do a couple big things. You only have so many chips. And I'm here because we have a leader who said mental health and behavioral health is one of the big things that they want to do. And it's a big deal for someone to take all of their capital and put it somewhere. And we all can have different opinions about where we think that person should put that capital. But I'm here because of Fran's dedication to saying mental health and wellness is just as important as academic health and wellness. And in fact, the two are linked, and they cannot be unlinked. And I want to thank many of you in this room who day in and day out are doing the real hard work with our students. It is a grind, and many of you probably are struggling and feeling a little burnt out because our students' needs are greater than ever. But thank you for stepping up every day and doing the best that you can. And I hope that in my new role, I really like the way Fran said that the Chief Wellness Officer role is not about creating new things. It's about bringing people together. Rutgers is a big place. And how can we communicate and come together and support each other and be consistent with our messaging. So a lot of the work I'm going to talk about today, one of our virtual attendees is Dr. Noah Shamani, who has been a wonderful friend and colleague to me here at Rutgers. And as part of Scarlet Well, we wrote a grant for state funding. And it's actually important to acknowledge that currently we have a governor who dedicated $16 million for college student mental health, and Rutgers got a portion of that. And all of the work I'm going to talk to you about today is because Noah came to me and said, we really struggle with students with ADHD. It's a fairly high prevalence rate, and many of our services require that they be evaluated and have documentation, and we struggle to do that. There's long wait lists. And so this is her vision in many ways, and I want to acknowledge that someone came to me and said, this is important, can we do this? And so we received grant funding to do a lot of what we're doing today. And I just also, Christopher, where are you? And Ian's here. It's just been a pleasure working with you. And Christopher's gotten plenty of accolades. Ian, you're the one who makes things go. You're the one who deals with students. You're the one who deals with crises. And I want to thank you in front of all these people for the work that you do. It's oftentimes the people who get to wear suits like me, you get the credit, but that's misplaced. So thank you for everything that you do. Yeah. So I'm going to start with a question, which is, how do we foster an appreciation for neurodiversity in a world that uses a categorical and deficit-based classification system? And some of you are nodding, so I'm glad. It means you understand what I'm trying to say here. We're in a very weird time, which is we want to talk about neurodivergent students, and we want to talk about that everybody brings something different to the table, and we want to be inclusive and acknowledge that. But we still have a system that is categorical and based upon a list of symptoms that are deficit-based symptoms. And that's how we decide who gets services and who doesn't. So I want to start off by acknowledging that tension and talk to you a little bit about how I think about that tension. I'm not going to go into what is ADHD very much because I don't know that that's worth our time, except just a very brief overview, which is currently our deficit-based classification system says that there are 3 types of ADHD: ADHD inattentive, hyperactive impulsive, and combined. And if you're thinking, what about ADD? I use that term, please, it doesn't matter. ADD is what they now call ADHD inattentive presentation. Why? The collective genius of our psychiatrists and other people in the room thought that they would have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, but then say without hyperactivity, I don't know, but this is what we say. And so there's 3 presentations, but we're here in a college student setting and development, and largely you're going to see ADHD inattentive presentation. That's going to be predominant, and you're going to see some on the combined presentation. Hyperactive impulsive is really something you only see diagnosed in preschoolers, and I would argue it's typically because their environmental constraints don't require them to be attentive yet. And so it used to be called subtypes, but subtypes sounds very like this is how you are throughout your life. And they switched to presentation because these things bounce around, and it's important to know that. You can be combined presentation as a child and then be inattentive in college, and that's common, actually. So there are 9 symptoms of inattention and 9 of hyperactivity impulsivity. And you have to have 6 of 9 in childhood and 5 of 9 currently. And those have to be associated, I should say, 5 of 9, 17 and older. And those have to be associated with some sort of impairment in order to meet criteria in our categorical classification of what ADHD is. So here are our symptoms, our deficits. I'm only going to put the inattentive ones up here. One thing I do like to point out when I talk about ADHD to individuals is we have this conceptualization about ADHD as someone who's maybe restless, running around the classroom. We might think about inattention or concentration problems. But it's interesting when you actually look at the symptoms that people name, it's loaded heavily on things like organization and time management. And I think that has a lot of bearing on the college student setting and the ways that we need to support our students. Difficulty organizing is literally a symptom. Fails to finish tasks, forgetful. So I think one way that we can help bridge the transition between a categorical diagnostic deficit-based system and thinking about neurodiversity is to try to understand what underlies symptoms. Symptoms are just an overt manifestation of something else. And that's not just specific to ADHD, that's for other things. So if we can think about what underlies these symptoms, what is the reason? It may help us to think about how to approach assessment. It may help us think about how to approach treatment. And it may help us really appreciate that people are different and that that's okay and how we can accept that. So I'm going to give that a shot. There's a couple models or theoretical models of ADHD that explain why these symptoms exist. And one is called a reward model. It has a lot of terms. Sometimes people will call it the executive function model of ADHD or the self-regulation model of ADHD. But so here's what it really comes down to. It comes down to all of us are faced all of the time with having to balance things that we want to do in the moment and that are immediately reinforcing with keeping our behavior in check, self-regulating, some people would say behavioral inhibition, not doing those things, so that we can pursue long-term goals. You all are faced with that right now, whether you know it or not. Some of you have already been sitting for an hour, and it doesn't feel very comfortable, and you would really like to get up and walk out. And that's okay, by the way, as Christopher said. Please do, and I won't be offended in any way. Some of you would like to say, in your head, you're saying, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about, and I would like to raise my hand and tell you my personal experience and why you're wrong. And I would welcome that too, by the way, but you're inhibiting that behavior, whether you know it or not. And so we're faced all the time with these decisions. I think of it as a scale. And many people, that scale is kind of balanced, and we're fighting with what we want to do with our behaviors for long term. And for other people, the scale is a little tipped. And those people are going to be inclined to go for whatever is immediately available and reinforcing in the moment. That is the way their brain works. Their brain says, why would I do this behavior for something 3 weeks down the road that I can barely consider right now when I could be doing X right now? So the challenge is not that the scale is different. The challenge is that we live in a world that vastly appreciates and rewards long-term planning and behavioral, inhibiting behaviors to go for longer-term goals. That is literally what school does. School is all about not going for immediate gratification and reinforcement, and instead thinking about that I have a test later this week, or that I have a project due in the future. And we reward those students who are able to focus on those long-term goals. That is essentially what school does. But there's many available rewards in the moment. The most powerful reward in the moment is what? Do I have it up there? Attention. Someone said it. Thank you. Attention is by far the most immediately available reward in the moment. And so we think about these things that we might say little kids or even elementary kids or middle school kids with ADHD do. What might they do? They might call out in class. They might tell an inappropriate joke. You might say, wait, the bell rung, can you please sit here and record your homework? And some people are going to jet out and go in the hallway. You might say, okay, test is on Friday, class, so you should probably study a little bit each night. And there are some people who are going to get home and they're going to do that, and there are some people who are going to say, but I want to play basketball right now. And when I look at it these ways, I don't say that these are bad behaviors. In fact, they're way more logical than the long-term behaviors in many ways. We're talking about doing what is reinforcing and fun in the moment. And I don't have a problem with that. And as I'm going to talk to you about in a little bit, it truly is on a continuum. And if anything, I need to work on myself. I need to be a little bit closer to that continuum. And my wife of 22 years would tell you that. So I write some strengths down here. We don't often, we give lip service to strengths for neurodivergent students. But if you're going to, if you were to have a relationship with me and you said, I'm the kind of person who likes to have fun and I like to be spontaneous and let's go this week, maybe we'll just, there's a quick trip and it's really cheap to Vegas, you would hate me. I am not spontaneous in any way. I think about everything. I think about everything 100 times before I do something. I debated for 10 minutes this morning whether or not I should wear a red tie or a blue tie. I'm dead serious. I'm excellent at long-term goals. I parse my words very carefully. There are strengths. I will never go off script. I will never be late. But I will never be that fun, spontaneous person who some of you might want. I need to work on that. I will be very logical. You can't rattle me. That's why I'm a good child psychologist. I've had cups of soda, food thrown in my face, and I'll just smile. But that drives some people nuts. Show a little emotion, like yell at me or something. And so I say all these things to say I have strengths and weaknesses, and there are true weaknesses to being like me. And there are true strengths to living in the moment. But they cause great difficulty in environments like academia. So how do we balance the scale for people? If we take this theory, what can we learn from this theory? Well, one thing we do in all of our interventions is that we define what we want to see for people in the positive rather than waiting for negative behaviors to occur and giving a consequence. Most academic systems wait for something bad to happen and then tell the person that they did something bad and provide them a consequence. That's just how we're set up. But if we are going to believe this theory that I've put out here for you, we shouldn't be doing that. We should define exactly what we want to see. If we want to see someone be organized, what does it look like to be organized on a day-to-day basis? How would we monitor that? How would we give someone immediately available positive reinforcement for doing those behaviors, rather than waiting for them to not turn in homework? Same for procrastination. Same for in class. So we do a lot of defining what we want to see in the positive, which probably sounds very obvious to people like in this room. But if you were to go into a public education middle school or setting, for example, it's actually a fairly novel idea to specifically and clearly define what we mean and to say how can we reinforce that before a problem occurs. We also, we're going to have to recognize that the people that we're working with are most likely not going to believe that they can be successful when they're working with us. It's an important way to approach working with a neurodivergent student. We think we're coming to work with students and this is their first experience, and they're going to think, wow, you light bulb, look at all these cool strategies you're telling me. You're the 30th person who has told them those strategies. And the 30 previous times, that person has said, I want you to do this, and they've said, okay. And they tried, and maybe they did it halfway, and it didn't go so well, and they got negative input over and over again. That is what it often feels like. And so I have parents come to me and they say, why isn't my kid motivated? When I was younger, I was just motivated. I just did these things. And I tell them, if you had a boss who, no matter what you did, told you it wasn't good enough, and when you tried in one area, they said, that's great, but what about this other area you're failing in? Eventually, you would give up. And so we have to understand and acknowledge that that is where we're meeting people. Low motivation and low self-efficacy and then depression happens for a reason. It happens because society has beaten them down and telling them that they cannot be successful. And so when we work with people, we have to show them that that is not true. And so when I train and supervise, I tell students within those first few sessions, regardless of how small the goal, regardless of how easy we think it is, we have to ensure that that person is successful. We have to build somewhere. And so that's another key principle of working with individuals with ADHD, which is small, achievable, and realistic goals. We can build towards longer-term things, but we have to show them that working with you is going to be different. So I'm going to switch now and finish my presentation by talking to you about how we're trying to apply these things here at Rutgers. So the question that we're all faced with at Rutgers is very similar to the question that I'm passionate about addressing in the community, which is there are wonderful people doing wonderful things in the community and here at Rutgers. But how we get the information out about those things and help students to navigate those things is really where the challenge lies. There are certainly some areas where we need new programs in the community, better programs, but most of the time the programs are there, the services are there, and they're pretty darn excellent. But the system is incredibly fragmented. Have you ever talked to a parent in New Jersey, anywhere, but in New Jersey, who has a child with mental health concerns, let's say depression, and they have tried to get coordinated care between their school, a psychologist, a psychiatrist, the list goes on. And this is actually something that crosses over resources. Oftentimes when I present in communities, sometimes I'll present to communities that are higher resourced. And they want you to know that despite being high resourced, they feel the same frustrations and are struggling with the same things. That they're online trying to figure out where to go for their kids and how to connect things, and people aren't talking to each other, and everybody's competing for the same little pot of money. So we have a fragmented system, and we have a fragmented system at Rutgers as well. That's not unique to Rutgers, but it's important to acknowledge. We have wonderful leaders here, and they're working around the clock, but it's very hard to coordinate big silos. So for me, one of the things I wanted to do to help with at Rutgers was the identification side. We have lots of services. How do we know who needs those services? And how do we empower them to seek those services out? It's kind of flipping the model a little bit. How do we not wait for someone to come to Rutgers and fail a few classes and go on probation before we go and talk to them about the services that we have? Which is the model, right? That's the opposite of the theory. So I think identification is key. So there was a very recent article that just came out that my postdoc, Elizabeth Chan, sent to me. It says 89% of universities require documentation for ADHD services, so like a report that says you have ADHD, and 17% provide access to evaluations for ADHD. And so that is a major equity issue, because evaluations are expensive and they require navigating a fragmented system to access. And so this is something that we set out to address. Why is it? It's not that universities don't want to do this, by the way. I don't mean to be negative on that front. It's that evaluations are very time-consuming. They're a one-on-one model, and anything that's a one-on-one model is going to be incredibly difficult to scale, as many of you probably struggle with on a daily basis. They require licensed supervision, and a good ADHD evaluation doesn't just assess for ADHD, because many things cause difficulties with concentration. Anxiety, depression, lack of sleep, a learning disability, all of those things cause people to look like they're inattentive. And so you can't just assess for ADHD. So we received, through Scarlet Well, we received the OSHI grant funding to try to address this barrier. And we're partnering with the GAZAP Center for Psychological Services, who has offered evaluations here for a long time. And they have done a beautiful job, and they're very comprehensive. The nature of a very comprehensive evaluation, and by the way, we use grad students to do these evaluations, means that they will take months. Your report will be 15 to 20 pages long. It will tell you everything you've ever wanted to know about yourself. But it takes a long time to do that testing and to get a graduate student to write that up under supervision. So it means months, which means that when we started this, this was the main evaluation service, and wait lists could be a year or longer. So we partnered with a number of the people in this room that Noah helped me facilitate when I first came, to say, could we have a different tier of evaluations that was comprehensive yet brief, and that would just focus on a few really high common conditions here at Rutgers. So we chose ADHD, anxiety, and depression. And I should acknowledge that some of those meetings were hard, because everybody has a different idea of what type of documentation should be needed, because there are real fears about diagnosing ADHD. There are real notions about overdiagnosis. There are concerns about medication that people in this room will all vary on, how they think about that. There are concerns about medication divergence to other students. So you have to have a middle ground. And that's the key to leadership, is middle grounds, I think, but they're really hard to come by sometimes. And in my early time here at Rutgers, that was one of my first really positive experiences, where people were willing to come together in a room and share their opinions and try to come up with a middle ground. So we came up with a system that's actually fairly innovative, because we were able to automate about 80% of the evaluation. We were able to come up with a list of rating scales and assessment tools, and a student gets sent a link, and their parent gets sent a link, or their caregiver. And if they don't have a parent or caregiver who's open to mental health or is not involved in their life, yes, we use other people like teachers and siblings and things like that. And they can fill out all these forms ahead of time. And it comes back. We were able to pay someone to make that populated report automatically, so that that report is a 2-3 page report, is templated with writing and tables and things like that, so that our graduate students can focus on the clinical interview. All of our services are virtual, because transportation is often a barrier here at Rutgers and everywhere. So I get to see your report. It gives me an idea of where I'm headed, if anxiety is important, or if depression is important, or if ADHD is important, so that when I sit down with you and do a clinical interview, which, by the way, will still take an hour to 2 hours, I have a good idea of what I need to ask you and where I'm headed in that direction. And we do a very thorough job for ADHD, anxiety, and depression, and we screen for things that are also very important, such as trauma and substance. And it's really a nice system because what it allows is that we can be confident in ADHD, anxiety, and depression. But if you screen for something that's not something we're confident in, let's say bipolar, then we can refer you to the more comprehensive evaluation at the clinic I started off, the CPS clinic. So we don't just say, I'm sorry, we can't do anything for you. We move you on to the next one. The parent input is critical because remember, back to when I talked about our criteria, we have to be able to document symptoms during childhood. And if I sat down and asked you right now, could you please say, did you do this when you were in elementary school? Did you do this in elementary school? You would really struggle to do that. You could guess, but we really do need some other reporter. The other thing that's really important about this is that we emphasize in our training that the feedback that students get is equally as important as the evaluation itself. And I actually think that's the most important part about this service. Unfortunately, in the community, a lot of times, they do very comprehensive evaluations. Have you ever talked to someone who's received one of those evaluations, and have you ever asked them, what does it say? They have no idea. And that's a real problem and a real shortfall of clinicians like myself. The whole point of an evaluation is to provide psychoeducation and empower people to be able to seek the right support services. That's the only reason we do them. But people get handed 15 to 20-page reports all the time, and they say, your child meets for ADHD. Congratulations, or whatever they say. And then they have a 15, 20-page report, and they leave. And there's a recommendation section that might be 10 pages long, or at least a page, and a parent says, I don't know how to go about this or why I would choose one of these over the other. So our feedback sessions are literally designed to teach people what we do. I want you to leave saying, I know why you administered each of these measures. I know why you asked me about anxiety and depression. I know the symptom thresholds, and I know where I fall on those symptom thresholds. And I know what it means to seek accommodations and why I might do that. I know what it means to seek medication and why I might do that. And I know what it means to seek therapy and why I might do that. And I know that Rutgers provides those things. And I'm going to have a conversation with you about what I'm going to do first, why I'm going to do that first, and when I'm going to make that call, and how I'm going to remember to make that call. So it shouldn't be just identification. It should be identification and connection. So we've tried to ramp up somewhat slowly. And so our first year was last year. We did 38 evaluations October to June. Over the summer, we did 15 more. And right now, we have 30 in progress all at the same time. So that's our ramp up. And so 30 in progress all at the same time is quite challenging. But this is the challenge that we face as a university, which is intensive services are very difficult to scale. And we all face this challenge. But so far, we have 30 in progress that we're doing right now. We get them a report within a month from when they call us, meaning they fill out the measures, they do their clinical interview, they get a report, and they get a feedback session within a month. And we're meeting that need. We don't have a wait list right now. And so I'm going to end by talking about the treatment side and what we're doing with Christopher. And some of you in this room are aware of that. So I was part of developing an intervention called the Access Intervention, accessing campus connections and empowering student success. I developed this intervention, and I have yet to not have to look at my slide when it comes. I literally can't remember it, ever. So the idea here is if we're going to identify students, we need these tiers, we need these levels of service. And we need to be able to provide them the skills and strategies to be successful. And one good way to do that is through a group model. A group model helps with scale. We can serve 8 to 10 students in a group. A group also helps students make connections and not feel so isolated, not feel like they're the only person in the room who has these issues. In fact, that's probably one of the largest benefits that we've found here with Access is people get to come together. And so we have 8 90-minute meetings, and I'll show you what they contain. And we also have an individual mentoring component. The mentoring component is 1-to-1 for 30 minutes a week, not very much. But that's also hard to scale, 1-to-1. But it's critical. Just last week, we had a student, and this is something that Ian does on a daily basis. I just want to give you an example so you can think about what it means to be effective with these students. We've had a whole new class come, and we had a student who wasn't coming to mentoring. It turned out that their prescription for medication had run out. They hadn't gone to class in over a week. This is a freshman. They were starting to feel down and depressed, starting to have some suicidal ideation. This is not uncommon. This is what it means to be in a university. As Fran and Christopher said before they came up here, their parents would have helped with this before, if they were fortunate to have that kind of family. We have thousands of students who are now trying to do this for the first time for themselves, and we can wait for them to fail. And the mentor called me crying because she thought she had failed. But we were able to, within a week, help the person get connected. And sometimes it's not skills or strategies, it's helping them take the steps they need to take to access the wonderful resources that are here at Rutgers. But I just give you that example to think about the complexity of the challenge. It's not just, oh, you have depression, go see a therapist. It's these small steps. Not taking medication, not going to class. How do we know that and quickly address the problem? The nice part about Access, or one of the nice parts about Access, is that here at Rutgers, we're doing what the research world is really struggling with, which is taking treatments that have shown to work and actually applying them. It doesn't happen very much, and that's one of the biggest challenges that the research world is facing, and Denise and I were talking about that this morning. We're starting to do a better job here. But this is an intervention that went through a large randomized controlled trial, and here we are a few years later actually doing it. And most of the North Carolina state system is also doing it. And we should take hope that we can do that. We can quickly translate research into practice. Here's what Access looks like. Each time they meet, we go over knowledge or psychoeducation, behavioral skills and strategies. How do we tip the scale? How do we put things in place so that we're not procrastinating, so that we stay organized? And cognitive strategies. Again, this idea that most people come to us with low self-efficacy and low motivation. They have a lot of negative thought patterns. I can't do this. I always fail. So every time we hit all three of these. The ADHD knowledge piece is not something that I would have known. This was, the person who developed this with me really pushed this, and I think it's actually very powerful. We have students who come, they're 18, 20, 21, they can tell you they have ADHD, but they really have no idea what that means. And now is the time that they should know what that means. And now is the time that they should know what services are available. So as part of this knowledge piece, we actually have guest speakers, and some of you in the room have come and said, here's what we do at Rutgers. And if you call, here's what you can expect. So essentially, the group becomes the content delivery, and your mentor helps you apply it to your life. You can think of it that way. What did you hear in group that was meaningful to you, that you think is relevant to you? Okay, you want to get connected with this service. Let's talk about what during this week steps you're literally going to do to get connected with this service. So that's how it works between group and mentoring. And as I mentioned, the sense of connection and belonging tends to be one of the bigger benefits. And so now we're starting to do things like adapt access to other populations. Because when we start to talk about cognitive strategies or executive function strategies, these are not unique to ADHD. Most people could benefit from hearing this type of information. And so Vanessa Ball received a grant to adapt access for autism. And so this year, Christopher and Ian are implementing access as part of their comprehensive college support program. And I can show you some of the numbers on that. And we're also doing things like now we're starting to adapt access for mild TBI, because we had a few students reach out here at the university and say, this is something that there's not much for me. And again, the same kind of skills and strategies. If we just take that ADHD psychoeducation and we change it to mental health or service utilization, the rest really applies nicely. So we are currently serving with access, just right now at this one moment, 40 students with both ASD and ADHD. And some of you in this room came to our recent training where we trained about 20 Rutgers clinicians in access, because if we're going to scale something like this up, we all have to be able to do it together. I just put some qualitative comments here because I think that we can all assess outcomes and look at our effect sizes and statistical significance, but it's oftentimes what people say that's the most powerful. And you can see the person on the bottom says, my favorite part of the experience was connecting with other people and hearing their experiences and struggles. Sometimes we try different things, sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. But that was the most valuable part of the program to me. Because if you just think about this room and I were to go around and say, what kind of calendar do you use? You use online? You use a physical planner? You check it every day? Do you do it once a week? We'd all have different ideas. We'd all have different things that work for us. And it's very different to hear it from a person, a colleague, than it is to hear it from a teacher or someone who's in the room. So as much as possible in these groups, we get them to talk to each other about what works and what doesn't work. It takes that power differential out of this equation. How did I do in terms of getting the plane back in order? Oh, I did really well. So we have 7 minutes. So I would love to hear from you. You do not have to feel like you need to. I would love to hear whatever it is you have to say, a personal experience, an anecdote. I'm not sure if this is not, please don't feel like, oh, I have to say something very fancy about ADHD. That's not what this is about. This is about learning from each other.
Hi, I'd love to hear some of the challenges and things that you guys overcame to kind of shift that thinking between faculty or staff here, because it is the shift thinking, like shifting that thing. So maybe if you can share some of the challenges or ways you were able to kind of navigate through those challenges.
And in that, are you referring to the getting the evaluation through, or in terms of, help me direct my answer?
Okay. I guess you said that you kind of are now kind of extending those strategies and ensuring the whole community is aware of this. So maybe how have you navigated that path to empowering everybody else with that skill sets, knowledge, and kind of shifting their thinking?
And you know, I can answer both ways, but do you mean empowering the students or working together as this room, as this community, to get them to want to come together? Yeah. Which one? Both. It's not just one. No, I do. I think that this is the second one is perhaps one of the most critical things that we need to do at Rutgers, and I view that as partly my job. We all are out here at Rutgers with our social media accounts and our flyers, trying to communicate to a student body to let them know that we're doing wonderful things. And to a lot of the students, I don't think we're reaching them. And it is a monumental challenge. It's partly how the any university is set up with silos. But I can give you an example in the wellness space. One of the first things we did is said that we're going to take people from dining, recreation, student health, CAPS, and we're going to come together once a month, and we're each going to share resources that we're each doing, and we're going to focus on one or two key things we need help in promoting and that we're going to get the word out about. We're going to all have a shared calendar. It's not there yet, we're close. Rather than having 100 different calendars that students see, we're all going to have a shared calendar. These are the types of structural things that for some reason get me excited and I think are critical to actually serve the students that we need to serve. For the student side, it's actually a lot easier, which is that, you know, we think about middle school kids, and as a parent, you think about, you're wary about talking about mental health, perhaps. There's a lot of fears there. How much is too much? Where's that line? I struggle with that with my own daughters, although I have no lines with my daughters, if I'm being honest, and so that's how I cope. I just say everything. But when we come to college, it is the perfect time to empower people and to not hold anything back. There's no reason anymore to hold things back. There's still fears. If I tell them this, are they going to internalize it and think they're bad? Or if I tell them this, are they going to go out and do that? Are they going to have risky sexual behavior? Are they going to... We have those fears. But this is our opportunity to tell people, to engage them in a conversation. And part of that, just like today, is going into that conversation, acknowledging that we do not have the answers or all of the answers. And that what their experience is just as valuable as me giving a keynote presentation here. And that every time someone tells me something, I'm learning and I can do better. And part of the access group is about me stepping back and allowing that to happen. And allowing them in the room to see that they are the ones with the expertise and can share that information. But that's the best I got.
It would be hard to overstate the value of the new brief assessment that you have, because for years, I agree with you, the assessment that was being done was wonderful, it was very thorough, very useful, but because it was so good, it took so long to get done. Now under the new briefer model, you know, we see lots of students. We do our best to screen. We don't send everybody over who kind of sort of might have ADHD, but those that we think, you know, that there's a good chance they do, they really need this assessment because that's the gatekeeping to the services. Being able to send them and have them have a reasonable turnaround time has just opened so many important doors. It's just worth its weight in gold. So I just wanted to make sure you realize that it was appreciated.
That's really, I appreciate the positive feedback. And it made me think of something, which is that I should, so the evaluation costs $150 or is free with Rutgers student insurance. So there is a cost to it, but we try to come up with a reasonable ground. Sometimes asking people to pay a little bit is actually important in showing that they're getting them to show up and be committed. And I should also let you know that we have, so far with all those evaluations, we have diagnosed ADHD less than 50% of the time. And the last 4 evaluations I've supervised are people who have come to Rutgers at the graduate school level and undergraduate level who were engaged in really rigorous academic programs with very little support, and they are struggling. And so they think, do I have ADHD? And that's fine. We want those people to come because we want to be able to talk to them about their strengths and how wonderful they're doing, and that it's hard, and that it is stressful, and it's anxiety provoking, and you don't have ADHD, but you warrant services and supports, and let me get you connected in that regard. That's just as important a conversation as someone who meets criteria for ADHD.
Time for one more.
I deal with students on not an academic level, but I employ students. And as a staff member, if you identify something as what you believe, I'm not a clinician, some of the categories you put up there, I have a student in particular who meets all of those. How do you as a staff member offer a resource without crossing a line of I don't know, either being insulting or not professional? In my heart, I feel the student needs these services, but I would not want to cross that line in fear of some ramification that I wouldn't be able to handle.
I love that question, and thank you for being open about that. My wife is a 5th grade teacher and comes home with that all the time, right? Which is teachers, staff, like you're describing, are in the best position of anybody in the world to know who needs what. But finding that line, that boundary, what I can say, what I can't say, what are the right words to use. I don't want to get fired if someone says you shouldn't talk. These are real concerns, and I'm not going to pretend that I have all the answers there. I love that, though, and it makes me think about, again, more system and structural issues, which is we need to be clear with people about what we expect, what types of language to use, how to refer, rather than making it be a guessing game for the people who are on the front lines. I will say that the ADHD evaluations, I tend to call them mental health evaluations, because we do say ADHD, anxiety, and depression. And some language, I'm just speaking off the top of my head, but I might say to someone, being at Rutgers is super stressful. A lot of people, it's very common for people to struggle. We have this service at Rutgers that evaluates things to see what's going on and to try to link you with the right services. They're going to ask you about your strengths, your weaknesses, the struggles that you're having, and give you a report that helps guide you in that regard. And if you're interested in that, you can call. To me, that's fairly safe language.
Thanks, Josh. And just so adding to that, so RCAS, I'm in an interesting spot as the executive director there because we employ about 65 people, right? And we do have a lot of students, and we have a good handful now of neurodivergent employees. And so my advice to you too would be to talk to that person objectively as their supervisor, right? Giving them feedback, related to areas of their performance that they can improve upon, but also ensuring that they know that Rutgers is a place where everyone's supported, and that they might want to consider exploring, reasonable workplace accommodations. So that I think as a supervisor, that would probably be your best approach. And proactively, I think something you could do to set all of your staff up for success, student, non-student, neurodivergent, neurotypical, and otherwise, is communicate really clear expectations in writing and otherwise in terms of performance before. So just even speaking to what Josh said about the wait to fail approach with students, we don't want to take a wait to fail approach with our staff either, right? So making sure they know exactly what's expected of them, and if they're not meeting expectations, don't wait to give them that feedback, right? So it's this fair balance of being compassionate, right? But also being pretty assertive as their supervisor and letting them know that there are concerns, because if you don't, you're also not setting them up for success later on when they don't have a boss as compassionate as you. Really cool.
I'll be brief.
I just wanted to say thank you for your work. I'm an undergraduate student. I've been employed with RCAS, worked with other disability programs, but as a student, I never got to think about my own neurodiversity journey actually, and working through your programs that Rutgers has to offer, it's opened me up to considering my own journey and kind of being there for myself. So I just want to say thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think that's an amazing place to end, and please join me in thanking Dr. Josh Langberg for that incredible speech. All right, friends, so we're going to take a 5-minute break and commence with our next session at 10:40. So this is an event where people are coming in and out all day long. Some people have registered for specific talks they're attending throughout the day. So if you're not staying, please do vacate a seat for someone else. If you are staying, awesome. Please do. Do you have something? Again. All right, so it is my pleasure to introduce our second workshop of the day, session workshop. I am extremely excited about this presentation. Home is where the inclusion is, creating a neurodiversity, disability thematic living community in on-campus housing. So I will let each presenter introduce themselves for time, but just to, again, emphasize the importance of this talk. To my knowledge, this is the very first Rutgers planned neuro-inclusive residential program that exists at our university. So again, in the theme of tremendous progress being made here at Rutgers, like this is another shining example of how the work that we're doing is extending far beyond what any of us thought possible. So without further ado, leave it to you, Fran.
Well, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming. My name is Kimberly. I use she, her pronouns. I'm the Assistant Director of Residence Life for the Student Support Unit, and I'll be chatting with you today, as well with my lovely co-presenters, all about our neurodiversity and disability thematic living community. At the time that we submitted the proposal for this session, it was just called the Neurodiversity Disability Community, but a week ago today, the students actually voted on a new name called Open Arms. So very excited to showcase that. I feel like it really embodies everything that this community stands for. So we're really excited to share that with you all. And I'm going to pass this along to my presenters to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Dyer. I'm a student conduct coordinator for Residence Life, and along with that, I've been working with Kimberly on getting the living, learning, thematic community up and running, and really excited to be here.
And good morning, everyone. My name is Raisa. I am a very recent Rutgers graduate, so I graduated in May. Thank you so much. But I stick around anyway. I was lucky enough to work with Kimberly and Greg on creating this community.
So just a little overview of what we're going to cover today. We'll talk a little bit about how the community came to be, an overview of what the community kind of looks like now, how we collected data, and our data collection plan for the year, because data we know is important. And then we'll talk a little bit about what does the future hopefully look like for this community, because it is so new. So, and then we'll leave some time for Q&A as well.
So for the why behind the formation of this, there is the understanding of formation of disability community spaces has been shown to have positive student outcomes in both mental health and retention. Within that, it really allows us to bolster that student sense of belonging that we so strongly ascribe to. Along with that, while Rutgers has many supports for students with disabilities, we saw a need for the space for students to unmask and connect with other students with disabilities and allies. And within that, you want to speak?
Yes, absolutely. So I think part of what is really important about this community is also kind of the story of how it came to be. So this community came to be because of an email, and an email that I sent to Kimberly. I had seen, there was this incredible Rainbow Perspectives community on campus for LGBTQIA+ students that's similarly kind of around this kind of idea of housing, people being able to ask like if they want to be in housing that is this welcoming and safe space. And I was like, this would be amazing to have around neurodiversity. And so I sent an email thinking, what the hell, you know, maybe something will move somewhere. And I was lucky enough to have emailed Kimberly because she responded the next day and she was like, yeah, we should do that. Let's set up a meeting. And moved it forward more quickly than I could have ever imagined. And I had an opportunity then to actually be involved in advising with the process of creating the community. And the fact that we had it up and running for this year is really incredible. So I really like to tell that story because I think it shows that organizing does work and that sometimes it is as simple as just sending an email if you have people who are actually willing to listen to it. But why I sent that email was because I think I've seen a lot of the times how both kind of with so many of my friends and in other spaces, that there is, that need for a space where you can choose whether or not you mask, and maybe you've masked for your entire life. And just to be clear, for a lot of neurodivergent students, masking is where you have to kind of put on a certain facade or do certain behaviors in order to appear a certain way, maybe to appear neurotypical, maybe to appear organized, maybe to appear whatever that is. And I think that a lot of the times that can be a real weight for people, and maybe they don't even have a space where they can explore whether they want to mask or not and what that looks like for them. And so I thought that the best place to do that is if people have a place where they live where that can be the case, and where they can connect with other people who might understand them a little bit better. And so that was kind of the thought process behind it. Based on my experiences and experiences of other people I knew, I was like, I think this is something that would be really great to have happen. So that's kind of how this community came to be. And it's not the first community in the country. There are other universities that have done something similar, but there aren't very many. So Rutgers is absolutely leading the way with this. And I think it's really, really critical as one of the steps that we can encourage other universities to do, because we should be doing this work. There's a lot of really amazing work that's going on regionally, and there should be sort of regional efforts of other universities to copy what Rutgers is doing. And I'm also hoping that because this community started with student organizing, it will drive more student organizing out of it to do even more at Rutgers. Because I would love to see, students pushing for even more safe places on campus, whether that maybe at some point having a center around neurodiversity and disability, or creating more student organizations, or whatever that looks like. There has always been organizing around neurodiversity and disability at Rutgers, and I hope that there will be more because of this community.
Thank you so much, Raisa. So working with Raisa has been wonderful. She really has been the vision behind all of this. And so working with Residence Life Leadership has been really wonderful. They were super supportive of the idea from the beginning. So in the fall of 2023, we launched an interest survey just to kind of gauge, with the residential population, who might be interested in this type of community, what kind of needs might there be. And so this is actually a quote from one of the survey respondents, and I think it's just so important to showcase this really embodies the type of feedback that we received. So it says, "I feel like this would be an amazing idea. I feel as if I cannot unmask in public or sometimes even my apartment. And being here for 2 weeks, I have already had a discriminatory experience. I've also met other autistic people like me too. All of these things make me think that a living community would be a great benefit to all of us. As an autistic person, no one understands me better than people who share the same disability, I feel." So we had about 138 respondents, which might not seem like a lot, but that's actually really great at a university. It indicated a strong interest in this type of community, specifically to raise awareness on campus, and for students to connect with others who share that same identity. So this survey data was really, really instrumental in helping kind of guide the vision as we moved forward with establishing this community.
All right, so within that survey data, we were able to write a proposal for the community, and we're able to establish some goals for our community. Within those, 3 core components came out: creating opportunities for students to develop a better understanding of disability, identity, and culture; foster a sense of community among Open Arms members as a member or ally of the disability neurodiversity community; and develop a dynamic support system for Open Arms community members through campus partnerships to encourage student success. So this is really what we wanted to see this community achieve. This was guided by a lot of the student input that we've received so far. So, a little bit of the overview.
All right. So this is what the community looks like today. So still very, very new. It's in its very infant baby stages. But right now we have 22 continuing students who are part of the community, so ranging from sophomore students to seniors. When we had the application process, we only advertised to a small group of students. So it was survey respondents who indicated an interest. We advertised the applications information to those students. The college support program here at Rutgers, and then the Office of Disability Services sent it out to their listserv as well. We received over 70 applications, which was really great in its first year. We were able to, originally we were, I think, only going to have about 14 spots within the community, and so Res Life was like, absolutely, we can give you more spaces to expand, which was amazing. So we have 22 students in total. The community is located in the Livingston Apartments on Livingston campus, and that was really important to us. One, because the Livy Apartments are probably the most accessible in terms of the amenities that it has. So of course, if you're gonna have a community about neurodiversity and disability, it's gotta be accessible. It also helps the Office of Disability Services is also right on that campus, close by, so that's wonderful. And then we also have something called the Livy Well Room in the Livingston Apartments. So this is a dedicated wellness space that we oversee within Residence Life Student Support that can also sort of double as a sensory-friendly space. So it's kind of our hub. It's where we have our community meetings, a lot of our events and programs. We planned a 2-day retreat after move-in so that the students had a chance to connect with one another, connect with some really great campus partners. So that was a really fun activity. And then we have events and programs that we've been planning each month. So a lot of it is based on what the students want. So they told us that they wanted both events that, of course, surround topics related to neurodiversity and disability, but they also just wanted some good old-fashioned fun. So we do things like game nights. We've done make your own STEM toys, right? So kind of those elements of neurodiversity, but also just some fun, an opportunity to connect. This week we have presentation night, which I cannot wait for. That's gonna be really fun. The students are really excited about that. We have bi-weekly community meetings, so this is an opportunity for our community members to come together, provide ideas of what they want the community to look like, what they want to see, ideas for programs. This is really student-led, right? So we want the students to tell us what it is that they're looking to get out of this, and we're just here to deliver. So those bi-weekly meetings have been really great in allowing us to do that. We do have something called community representatives. So it's sort of like a governing body, I guess you could say, of 4 students within the community who volunteered. So it's an opportunity for them to be advocates for the community, sort of like a go-to person within the residence halls within that community, which is great. And it's a great leadership opportunity. And then finally, connections to campus resources has been really important. So the students have talked a lot about what types of resources they want to see coming to them. So we've already had, like I mentioned, ODS has come to talk with the students. The RA for the Livingston Apartments is working with GAZAP to plan some programming around eliminating mental health related stigma on campus. That was a specific request of the students. They want to work with career services for internship help. So lots of different ideas that the students have in terms of who they want to connect with on campus. And we've been able to utilize those campus partnerships to do that, which has been really, really fun. So. And then, like I mentioned before, assessment is really, really important, of course. So after the students had their 2-day retreat, we did a post-retreat survey just to gauge, what it is that they learned over those 2 days, what it is that they still want to learn, right? Where are the gaps that we need to fill? We're also going to conduct some mid-semester pulse checks just to get a sense through some focus groups of how the students feel the community is going, what are they getting out of it, again, what do they want to see moving forward. We'll also do an exit survey and a focus group at the end of the academic year to sort of close us out and sort of help inform what we do with the community for the next year. And then finally, kind of I'll jump in, but what does the future look like for the community? Because it is so new, right? So we're hoping to expand the community to first years and transfers next year if we can. We know that sense of belonging is so important, especially within that first 6 weeks. And to be able to create this type of community for our first years and transfers would be amazing too. We're seeking opportunities for additional funding to do more with the community, so more staffing, more programming, hopefully some off-campus opportunities, right? Because something that the students want to do is advocacy work as well. So how can we get into the community and do some advocacy related to neurodiversity and disability? So yeah, we're really excited for what the future holds. You want to add anything else? I think you did a really good job. Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. As one of the first-year advisors for the School of Environmental and Biological Sciences, what do you need from us to help you expand the program to include the first years and the transfers?
It's a great question. I don't know yet, for sure. I do know that we do have a couple sub-students in the community, though, and we are working with SAS to have some advisors come in during our registration season, so that could be an opportunity to partner if you're interested.
Very interested.
Hi, my name's Amy. I'm a relationship coach at the RCAS. I'm also autistic. And listening to you talk, I couldn't help thinking how much I wish this existed when I was an undergrad. I participated in an FYE first year experience program that took place the summer before my freshman year of college. I went to college in Pennsylvania. And you know, after that, we were kind of left to fend for ourselves. There wasn't anything that was continuous and that was so invested in us as students. I mean, we all had different diagnoses. It wasn't just autism, it was other, but there wasn't anything like this. And how much easier might my life have been had this existed, I think to myself. And I also am wondering, I guess, in terms of a question, like you talk about the programming, because this is what I work on. Are you looking at doing things related to sex education, to relationships, and that, you know, because those are things that, of course, college students are going to navigate whether they're autistic or not. And so I'm just wondering if you've been looking into anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Any kind of programming that folks are interested in partnering with us to offer, I know the students would be really appreciative of it. So would love to connect with you afterwards to offer some of those to the students.
I have a question. Is there any additional cost to live in this community compared to other cost of residence?
So no, there's not. The students pay the same price that anyone else would to live in the Livingston apartments. Transparently, Livy apartments are one of our most expensive residence halls. And so that is something that we've talked with the students about because they've expressed it's expensive to live here and have access to this community. So it's something that we do have in mind as we think about what the community will look like in the future.
General governance and coordination, kind of like the student residents essentially like drive a lot of the planning and of the activities and everything that you just mentioned.
Yeah, we're here to deliver.
Create space and time, right? Absolutely. Other questions?
Hi, Kimberly. How do you handle conflict when it arises amongst individuals that are in the community? Not that that's specific to them, of course, but you know, as you meet one person on the spectrum, you meet one person on the spectrum. Of course, conflict occurs in neurotypical communities as well, but how do you address that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And I don't want to jinx it, but so far we've really not had much conflict among the students. So there's some proactive things that we've done. So during the retreat, we actually had residence life staff from Livingston campus come in and facilitate the roommate agreement process. So we did that with the students to make sure that they kind of set the ground rules and expectations for one another early on. And that's something that all of our residents do. Some groups may need a little more assistance than others, and that's totally okay. So we offered that assistance if they felt like they needed it. And the residence life staff will continue to be a resource for students if those types of conflicts arise. But one thing that I have found working with this group of students is that they're really, really understanding of one another and all of the different traits and quirks and whatever the case may be that each one brings. Everyone is very understanding of who each member is, and I think that's like so beautiful. And the whole idea of, right, like this name, Open Arms, all of the students really embody that for one another and just want to spread that throughout campus. So I think that's also a key factor as to why we haven't really seen much conflict yet.
That's great.
Hi, Paul Fishback from Recreation. Can you talk a little bit more about the pulse checks? Is that done by the RA? Is that done by, that's what I was looking to find out.
Yeah, so our plan is for residence life student support to do that. So one of our residential care coordinators, Deja Jordan, has been working very closely with the community as well. So the plan is for Deja and I to facilitate those focus groups.
Questions? All right. Join me in thanking our speakers. All right, so we have about 10 minutes before the start of our next presentation. So same thing, if you're staying, welcome, please do. If not, please vacate space for folks who might be coming in. Right. Hello. It's my pleasure to kick off our next session, and I'll start first with a bit of a warning. So trying to go to the resource fair in between sessions is really tough. There's a lot of really great stuff over there. So please, definitely build in some time during our lunch hour break to go over there. It is, really lively. There's a ton of people having excellent conversations. But for now, it is my pleasure to introduce Doctors Ayanna Towers and Steve Sonley, right, from CAPS, and they're going to tell us all about what Rutgers Health and CAPS are doing to support the mental health of neurodivergent members of our community.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ayanna Towers. I'm one of the psychologists at CAPS. I've been there since 2016. So I really work with a lot of students, neurodivergent students, and this has been a role that has evolved since I first came to CAPS back in 2016. So I am one of the faculty advisors for the graduate student affinity groups. So there's an affinity group for graduate students. I'm on that. I'm a faculty advisor for that. I'm also a national member of the Association of Black Psychologists, so a lot of it regarding the work that I do is really uplifting people of color, students, Black and brown folks who really don't have the resources to get some certain services. And so this is a special role that I play as far as providing students, also spreading awareness. I'm very grateful to be here today, along with my partner here, who's going to introduce himself.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Steve Sonley. I'm a he, him pronouns. I'm a psychologist over at CAPS, which we're going to tell you about today. We're going to start with the big picture, tell you kind of everything that CAPS does, but then we're going to spend most of the time focusing on some programming we work with to specifically support students with neurodivergence. So thanks for being here today.
Okay, so is everyone familiar with CAPS? I'm hoping that everyone here is familiar with CAPS. So I see a couple people agreeing that they're familiar with CAPS. So it stands for Counseling, ADAP, and Psychiatric Services. ADAP is the Alcohol and Other Drug Assistance Program. So those are the students who need support with substance use. Okay, the undergraduate and graduate students that we serve. So it doesn't matter if you're 17 or however old you are, we take students from undergrad, we take students from graduate school, and anyone who comes to CAPS, we support them. We provide individual counseling and therapy, also group counseling and therapy, and crisis intervention. I'm part of the team that supports students who come in, it could be on a regular day, who need some crisis intervention, and that could also be part of just what you do as a clinician, as a therapist.
Okay, so in addition to delivering direct clinical services, we also do consultation and referral. So a student might come in not knowing what they need, what they want. Do I need mental health services? Will that be something that's helpful to me? So we just do a consultation and help them, well, from what you're telling me, here are the services that might be helpful to you. It might be what we offer here at CAPS. We might be referring you to many of the other resources on campus. And so it's not just people who quote unquote think or know that they need treatment, but some kind of resource related to mental health. We're there to help direct them to that. Now, psychiatric services, that refers to medication management. And so that's done by our psychiatrists. So psychiatrists are the medical doctors or the physicians, and then sometimes there are psychiatric nurse practitioners that specialize in mental health. And so you might be familiar with any of the range of medications for anxiety, depression, including things like ADHD. So we have psychiatrists who can work with that. Sometimes people are concerned, if I meet with one of your psychiatrists, are they going to tell me I need meds? Are they going to push meds on me? That's never the case. It's really about education. So if you think meds might be something you want to consider with an evaluation, they'll help you figure out, yeah, we recommend you might try this, or no, that's really not what's going to meet your needs. But even if they make a recommendation, they're there to tell you, what the hoped benefits would be, what the potential side effects are, and then the decision totally rests with the student. So again, it's all about information and options. Then in terms of community-based counselors, we recognized years ago that there are students who may benefit from or may even know about and want to come to services from the counseling center, but they're just not comfortable with going to the counseling center or to mental health services, or for whatever reason, they just don't come and see us. So we began embedding counselors in different places at the university outside of CAPS. For example, each of the cultural centers has at least one assigned community-based counselor. Several of the schools have a CBC. So what they do is the same work that we do at CAPS. They do counseling, a lot of supportive services, but instead of just doing what they do, they kind of become part of those communities. They become familiar to the people there, so that someone who may never wander into the counseling center, maybe in a setting that they're comfortable in, will know, oh, I know the community-based counselor here. I can speak to that person. That person's approachable. So often that's kind of the connection to services that wouldn't have otherwise been made. And then we have a lot of workshops. So CAPS isn't just about quote-unquote clinical treatment therapy, but we have workshops that are essentially skills builders. So for example, one of our most popular workshops is called Cultivating Calm. It's a 4-session workshop. It's done in a group format. Students come and they just learn many different things. What we teach is actually evidence-based. It's all stuff supported by research. So in 4 weeks, you learn a whole long list of things you can try to manage anxiety. And very few students go through the whole 4 sessions without walking away with something that they can use. So again, a workshop we distinguish from quote-unquote therapy. Sometimes people are more comfortable with that terminology, but it's really about skills building. And then case management. So in addition to doing the direct work with the students, we help students connect with other services. So for example, a student comes to us, let's say they have a real acute issue, like a lot of anxiety, either suicidal, something like that. We'll refer them somewhere else. Maybe they go into the hospital, maybe they go into what we call an intensive outpatient program, but something that we don't do. But we don't just send them off on their way. We stay connected with them. So if we refer you to an intensive outpatient program, one of our case managers is going to follow up with you. When you're done with that program, what's next? Are you coming back to us, or are you going somewhere else? But that way they have a constant connection with us. We don't just kind of send them off on their own. So we can keep a kind of seamless continuum of care. And then our Next Step program, that is something a little bit more intensive than your typical once every week or two counseling session. Next Step is very group-based, so students come multiple times per week. And what's nice about it is it's very flexible. It used to be that if you had an acute need and you needed to be seen several times a week, it was very hard to stay in college because all these things can conflict with your class schedule. But the Next Step program has this long list of groups, and each student picks and chooses which groups they want to attend based on what they need and want and what fits with their schedule. So they can put together a pretty comprehensive care program while still being able to stay in school because it works around the schedule. So that, again, that's been very empowering for students. And then what we call critical incident response. When something happens, if a student dies, if some other critical event happens, obviously we need to come together and provide support. So a lot of times we will have counselors show up on site for the aftermath of an event to help provide immediate support, and then connect people to follow-up services afterwards. Okay, and Dr. Towers is going to tell us how you find us.
Okay. So CAPS is located at 17 Senior Street. So it's a white building. It says Counseling Center. So there's no confusing sort of where we are. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the College Ave campus as far as it being, how would you say, describe it, behind the gym?
It's across from the gym.
Across from the gym, yes. So when you go to College Ave, we'll be across the gym. So we're available virtually for many services. So during COVID, we had most of our services be virtual. So that was a pivot that we were easily able to make. A lot of people, even private practitioners, have like sole virtual practices. So it was no issue for us to go in as virtual therapists during that time. So now we do also offer a hybrid. So students are able to come in person. Some students prefer only in person. Some students want to come in virtually or do virtual sessions. So those are options that we offer students. I still have students who just prefer to do like virtual and like a phone session here and there. Like if something were to happen, they couldn't log on, I could still do a phone session with them. So we make it very flexible. We want it to be accessible. We don't want them to miss a session just because maybe they can't get to their laptop or their phone. So we pride ourselves on being flexible with students, making sure that they get the services that they need. Next Step is on the Bush campus. So Next Step, I believe, also does hybrid, but they try to do more so in person. Bush campus, sometimes students may say that where Next Step program is a little bit confusing. Next Step is where there's like a higher tier level of, as far as like higher level of care. So if students contact CAPS and say that they're depressed, maybe having some suicidal ideation, maybe some cutting that they're doing, they may not be the best fit for CAPS at Senior Street, but we do also offer Next Step program where they have a little bit more intensive services. They get to be seen more frequently. They get the in-person groups. I think you said about 4 that they have to do. There's like a requirement that they have to do. But Next Step program, again, is not like close to us, but it's on Bush campus. And again, those are for the students who need a little bit more intensive treatment. And because CAPS, as far as the Senior Street, where I'm housed, as far as that's concerned, we typically are able to accommodate students every couple weeks. So I would even say over the phone, like, based on your symptoms, I wouldn't be able to accommodate you based on the need that I assess for you at this time. And students say, okay, I understand. So it's not like I'm like sort of pushing them off to a new area. It's just like, okay, I'm getting an explanation of why I can't stay at CAPS. Because some students do want to come to CAPS at 17 Senior Street. They don't want to go to Bush campus, but the services that they provide is just exceptional. That program, would you say about a few years old? I can't remember. 2018. Okay, 2018, so it's fairly new, but it's definitely something that we pride ourselves on having like a next level area for students who may need a little bit more intensive treatment, med management, just a little bit more case management. Okay, so like I said, I work a lot with the neurodivergent students at CAPS. Sometimes when someone comes in for a triage or calls for a triage, the triage is just like that 30-minute phone call you have when you contact CAPS for the first time, just stating like, oh, I'm interested in coming to CAPS because of this. And so they do the triage, which means that you're linked with a clinician who does that 30-minute assessment, and they sort of assess what your need is. So when someone comes to CAPS, it doesn't mean that they're automatically going to stay at CAPS, is what I'm trying to say. But if they do determine that you are appropriate fit for CAPS, they are able to assess your need. And so students who may contact CAPS to say like, oh, I've been depressed, or I'm having some difficulty staying on task, just wondering how I can work on support as far as just focus, building some skills as far as organization. Some students may say that I think I'm on the spectrum, and so those are just some of the key things that they'll say during a triage that maybe that clinician will say like, oh, Dr. Towers sort of knows, has some expertise in this, she may be a good fit. So that's how I will get a referral such as that. Because I've been doing more work at CAPS as far as just spreading more awareness, I'm making sure that I'm not the only clinician who knows this. So I'm really educating more staff, we're doing more meetings, we're doing more intentional trainings for staff so that we can be just a staff of everyone who knows how to work with neurodivergent students. And that's sort of been the message that I've been receiving, is that we don't want just one person on a staff of so many to only know, sort of have this expertise. So I've been really pleased with just the efforts that we're putting as far as just making CAPS as a whole just more neurodivergent friendly, and really recognizing that, again, we don't want to place just every one type of case on one clinician. But I really do love the work that I do as far as just really providing more psychoeducation. I do provide some screenings. I tell students I do not diagnose, so I will provide some screenings as far as just a questionnaire. I would use the autism spectrum quotient, which I will tell them the limitations of it. Everything that I do that's like a screening tool, I tell the students what the limitations of it is. I'll let them know that like a more intensive testing evaluation would be one where I would maybe like contact your parents or just ask a little bit more and do more interviews. I'll let them know, just again, just this is not a diagnosis. We'll be meeting for an hour. I'll be asking you some questions about your background, your educational experience. I'll be asking you some questions about your family history. So I'll ask those questions when I set them up with a screening session with me. And then I'll have another hour session with them, so it'll be like a 2-hour sort of process. And so I'll be able to do those things. I can make referrals after that, so I can either send them back to their clinician who referred them to me. So for example, a student may say, I'm interested, but they already linked with the clinician. They don't necessarily have to be my counseling case. I will do the screening. I would provide, again, my clinical impressions. I would provide them based on just their experiences, and also just really recognizing that I will give them recommendations so they can go back to their clinician and I can provide consultation, or I can provide other different resources that they may need in that regard. So the CAPS groups, I run the relationship skills group. So the relationship skills group is one of the groups that we provide where we work through a lot of just different interactions. The students are able to really talk about amongst their peers just some of the things that they experience in their social interactions. I do a lot of assertiveness, like we talk about assertiveness as far as like students may say, like I struggle with setting boundaries. I'm really big on boundary setting. That's like one of the big things that I would work on. Sometimes they're at risk of being taken advantage of in certain social groups. So I'll talk and we'll do a lot of role plays. We'll do a lot of different structured and unstructured things based on what the students come in with. For example, one group, a student may say like, oh, there was a situation that I had and I wasn't quite sure how to navigate that situation. And I can do an impromptu role play right in group with them, and we can work through it, just sort of talk about just different ways that we can manage those things. And so the students really value being able to have that just sort of like impromptu experiences that aren't based on just what happened in real life, but these can be some of the skills that we can build that you can apply outside of group. And the feedback that I've been getting is that they really appreciate just having peer support and also being able to provide support to their peers and really being able to have those, and really being in a supportive environment. I'm a strength-based approach therapist, so a lot of what I talk about is building on their strengths. So I do not work from a deficit model. I want to figure out, what do you enjoy? What do you love to do? Who are your supports? What are the things that you really love? Who are your biggest support system? So I do value just really making sure that we don't focus on what you think you do wrong and what do you think that sort of where you're struggling with, because I do believe that many times the environment should be able to accommodate and not the other way around. And so I really try to really plug that in so that they're not feeling like they're the problem. So just in, as far as executive functioning, just different aspects of coaching that I incorporate is when students do have organizational problems. That is definitely something that I really do like to focus on for those who are open to that. As far as skills building and confidence building, I do a lot of positive praise. I do really the reinforcements and the level of instant gratification as far as just like having someone tell you what you're doing well is really powerful for them, because many times in their lives they were told everything that they do wrong. So coaching them, really being that positive motivator, almost like a coach, and just really having high support and high expectation has been a good balance for me. Because I never want to fragilize anyone who comes through the doors for them to feel like they are inept or not able to do things. So again, I'm very strength-based. I'll identify early on in working with them, what do you enjoy, what do you like, and we'll talk about those things, and I'll mention them, because sometimes there's a level of forgetting what they're good at because they're only focusing on what they can't do as far as organizing and as far as showing up on time for class or even showing up late to a session with me. There's a lot of shame that's attached to it, so they'll carry along a lot of shame of being late for a session with me, and I don't sort of make that a thing. So I really try to really diffuse those situations where they're over apologetic and really wanting to please me. And really having that level of just acceptance and embracing that, yes, things like this happen, and I'm going to help support you in making sure that we can get you back on track in organizing, really making sure that these are things that don't, again, feed into the low self-esteem, depression, anxiety, things like that. As a mom of 3, I do a lot of coaching with my kids, so if my 6-year-old, I think one time last year, he told me that he didn't have any friends, he couldn't make any friends, and so he's part of this program, and so me hearing that just made me feel a little bit sad to hear my son saying, like, no one likes me, I don't have any friends, and so my coach hat came on, and I said, I'm gonna help you with this, and I saw that there was a kid that he looked like he was fond of, the kid looked like he was fond of my son, and so I did some coaching. I did it like on the spot. I said, go over to the kid and go introduce yourself. And he did everything I said. There was more than that I told him, but he's been friends with this kid since then. And so I gave him a high five. He was just like so elated that he had this new friend, but it was just that building up his self-confidence and coaching him like, no, you got this, you can do it. Go over there and do this. I gave him instructions. I stood in the background, and those are some of the things that people just need to hear someone motivate them to do great things. And that's just one of the things that I would say the coaching aspect of it is fun for me because I do love to see the results if they do apply some of what we talk about.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do for students who have ADHD. And by the way, it's ADHD and anything related, because ADHD, it's a hard thing to define. As you heard Josh talk about before, we have the set of criteria, and if you have this many, you get the diagnosis, and that many, you don't. I'm not concerned with any of that. If you're struggling with any of those things, then we're going to support you in trying to deal with them. And just the whole concept of the diagnosis, I don't like that. I think of ADHD as not a deficiency, there's not something wrong with you, it's you have a different way of processing certain kinds of information. Kind of like if one person's an introvert and the other person's an extrovert, we're going to say, well, we'll diagnose this person as an introvert. Why would you do that? So, the fact is those with ADHD process things in a way it's a little different from how most people do, which is why the world is not kind of like in tune with what you need to do. So what we want to do is help you bridge that gap and make the connection, be able to compensate, but you're not compensating for a weakness or a deficit. You're compensating for the fact that you do things a little differently than how most of the world does. And that's the mindset I'm going to keep going throughout everything. We do screening, and I say screening instead of, just like Dr. Towers said, we don't diagnose. We don't have the wherewithal to do like what the clinic does at GAZAP in terms of the more formal assessments, which is why we refer over there when appropriate. But there are a lot of people who come in thinking they have ADHD or they might have ADHD, and that's fine. I'll tell them all about the assessment program. But in terms of which students we really encourage to go for the formal assessment and which we do other things with, we look at other concerns that might create some of the same symptoms. So for example, I know there's a range of experiences in the room. Can anyone tell me something that, a condition, a concern that a student might have that could easily be mistaken for ADHD or make them wonder, do I have ADHD? Any thoughts? Quiet group, that's okay. So, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. What's that? That's right, absolutely. Some people are just more distractible than others. Does that mean I have ADHD? Not necessarily, and certain conditions. Certain people in a busy environment are very distractible, where if it's quiet, they're just fine, and vice versa. So thank you. That's an excellent example. But other things that come up are things like anxiety. If you're really anxious and worried about something, you're not going to focus and pay attention the same way you normally would, or you might hyper-focus on one thing to the exclusion of others because you're so worried about it. Sounds a lot like ADHD, doesn't it? Not necessarily what it is. Depression, if you have no motivation, you've lost your interest in what's going on around you, again, you're not going to focus, you're not going to learn, you're not going to get yourself to do your work. So again, does that mean you have ADHD? Not necessarily. And substance use. You know, I can't tell you how many students I've worked with who tell me that they use, like, let's say marijuana, cannabis, every day. You know, and they say, well, I only use it at night, though. I use it to go to sleep. And so in the morning when I'm trying to study, it's got nothing to do with the cannabis. But then with some education, I can help them understand that if you're using cannabis every day, especially to go to sleep, you might be getting sleep. You're not getting good sleep. You're not getting restorative sleep. You're not giving your brain the food, so to speak, it needs overnight. And also, if marijuana is a little different from alcohol in that it builds up in your system over time. So if you're using it every day, even when you're not feeling the subjective experience of being high or stoned, you're affected. And so you're not going to focus and concentrate and learn the same way that you normally would. And students are just like, oh, wow, so maybe I should cut back a little bit. Because if I send you over for an ADHD eval and you tell them you're using marijuana every day, they're not even going to do the eval, because it just wouldn't be a valid assessment of your actual abilities. So again, those are just some examples, but there's a wide range of things that create the symptoms of ADHD, and so we really have to work on, you know, supporting all these different things before we decide if that's the path to go. And of course, we do referral, and so you know, if you need the assessment, we'll send you over for that. But sometimes a student will come in and say, I did fine in high school. I could concentrate, focus, got all my work done, I got good grades, got into Rutgers, but then I got to Rutgers and I got ADHD. Now I can't study, I can't focus, I can't keep up. Dig a little bit deeper. First of all, you don't get ADHD. It's by definition, it's a developmental thing, so you've kind of always had it. Now, attentional problems can be caused by all these other things I talked about, or like a head injury or something, but ADHD, the neurological condition, is developmental, so you don't get it. So why would a student who never had trouble with these things suddenly start having them? Excuse me. One of the things we see is a skill deficit. A student who was just bright enough that they got through high school without having to work real hard, without having to do all the reading and the homework. They just kind of picked stuff up in context. Now they come to college and they got to really up their game, but they never had to do that. They didn't have to do focused study and get homework done every night and prepare, you know, so they just don't have the skills to do that. So you don't need Adderall or Ritalin. I'll send you over to the Learning Center where you have tons and tons of resources to develop all those skills. Once you've done that, then let's talk and see what's going on. So that's a big part of it. Now, individual counseling, we address a bunch of different things. How am I doing on time? 5, thank you. Boy, I gotta go quick. So the kind of skill development, I was gonna give you some examples, but we don't have the time for that. But basically, a lot of things with ADHD can be compensated for by developing the right skills. For example, checklists. I can tell you, I'm not exaggerating, my whole existence is held together with checklists. So like earlier in my adult life, I would constantly lose my keys, my wallet, my phone, and, you know, show up places without things. And when I started building the right habits in, like I'm not kidding, I don't leave the house in the morning without running this mental checklist. Do I have my wallet, my keys, my phone? It's so habitual now, it's kind of like brushing your teeth, you know, it's something that you wouldn't not do. And so I can't tell you the last time I lost my wallet, but for years before that, it was a real problem. So I figured out what habits. Now, of course, like Josh said, 1 million people probably told me to do something like that, but it never worked because I didn't learn how to create a new habit and attach it to something that already existed in my life. We don't have time to go into it here, but it's a strategy for putting small habits in place that make huge differences over the long haul. So that's an example. Or another one is procrastination, because procrastination is something, it's not unique to ADHD. Everybody does it at some point, but it's practically ubiquitous with ADHD. And the procrastination isn't about laziness or irresponsibility. It's about getting yourself to do the right things at the right time, like Josh talked about earlier. Doing the fun stuff right now gets my attention real easy. The reward of an A on the test is weeks down the road. That's hard to plug into. But again, I'll be the 50th person to tell them, start studying earlier. But what I also want to tell them is how to do that and how to break things into a small enough step so that it's easy enough to take and you can get a reward experience right now that's associated with doing your homework. Again, no time to go into the details, but that's the kind of stuff that we work on, okay? Again, like I said before, ADHD, it's a difference. It's not a deficiency, and we just want to keep coming back to that because a lot of times, you grow up in a world that, again, several people said earlier, we just rely so much on people being quote unquote responsible and efficient and being able to stay on schedule and do things on time and all that. For those that struggle with it, it's really hard to not develop an image of yourself as broken in some way, not good enough. And just focusing on that can make a world of difference. It's changing their mindset of themselves as someone who's deficient and broken to someone who just does things differently. Now, no one's going to make those changes for me. Like Dr. Towers said, we should make the environment as friendly as possible for everybody, but for the individual along the way, you can't wait for that. You do take some responsibility to figure out, what can I do? And our job is to make sure you know how you can do that. All right, again, negative thoughts, self-images, all that stuff from the world. Now, how do we access CAPS? I'm going to let Dr. Towers tell you.
Okay. So I want at least 1 minute of question and answer. There's the number there. I'm not sure if you all need to just sort of take a screen picture of that. But you schedule your appointments. If you are interested in the crisis, please know that you can walk into CAPS. You do not need to call us. You can be on our campus and just say, let me walk into the counseling center and talk to the front desk, and I want to speak to a counselor, and they'll get you right there to wait for a counselor. So we've had a lot of professors, we've had a lot of parents escort their child to our building just to speak with someone right then and there. So we really want it to be accessible. Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30. And then after hours, you'll be able to access the protocol. That means that there's an after hours counselor who can you can reach out to. So after 5 p.m. or 4:30, I think it's 4:45, whichever one of those, you can access someone. Okay? Okay, probably like a minute or 30 seconds.
We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Oh, okay.
How are you helping it's one thing to educate the students, but how are you helping the staff, the professors, everybody like that to accept, embrace, support neurodivergent students?
Yep, very good question. So the fact that this is even a thing that I'm at, I'm really excited about that this spreads more awareness. So hopefully there are some people in the audience who may be a faculty or staff member who can go back and just spread more awareness in itself. And so on staff, I do trainings. We have something called clinical topics. So even the interns, we accept doctoral interns, social work interns. So I'll be part of sort of that educating the up and coming therapists who just need more awareness and have a little bit more insight into neurodivergence, and also just how to make, again, the environments more accommodating, not the other way around. And so I'm also doing a panel tomorrow, so I'm doing a lot of awareness as far as just spreading awareness. And so we open those up to faculty, staff, students who probably just don't know that this is something that we speak about.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there like a number that they could call if they're working with people, and do you think the person you're working with is neurodivergent and you need some help to help them?
Yes.
Is
so
there
definitely,
a hotline or something? I mean,
a hotline?
Not a hotline, but I mean, is there something that kind of says, like, hey, if you're working with students and you're really struggling, maybe they're neurodivergent, maybe you need some other kind of approach, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, part of our on-call service is consultation to faculty and staff. So like if you're an instructor or a staff member working with a student and a student's either like in crisis and it's clearly need mental health stuff, or think they might be on the spectrum, you can call our on-call counselor. They're there both to speak to students in crisis and to provide those consults. So even if they can't answer your question right away, they can at least tell you what direction to go in and then get you some more information, get back to you. But if it's CAPS, we can tell you how to bring them into CAPS. So yeah, the CAPS number is always a safe bet.
Yeah, and I think as a running theme too, we're desperately trying to move away from a wait to fail approach, right? Because what we're describing here is, a hypothetical faculty person who is already aware of an issue, a challenge, or a crisis that's already underway, and so something bad has happened, and now we're reaching out to try and put out that fire, right? And so I think the challenge is, again, the size of Rutgers, the siloed nature of Rutgers, right? Because at RCAS, we are now pushing out through our college support program, to do proactive training for different schools, for their faculty and administrators, but they have to come to us and ask, right? Ideally, I think in a perfect world, the world we're all aspiring towards, this would be mandatory proactive training, just like other diversity and equity, inclusion, training that all faculty, staff, and in some cases students have to go through when they come to the university. We're just not there yet. So again, so I think that we're out of time. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And so we're going to go right into our final session of the morning. And so it's my pleasure to welcome up Zach Brown, who's a representative from our Rutgers, New Brunswick Office of Disability Services. Amongst many other things, he's been doing this work for a while. I'll let him introduce himself. But again, this is the last session prior to our lunch break, which will be on your own. And so if you haven't already stopped by that exhibitor area across the hall, please do. All right. It's all yours.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. As Dr. Menente mentioned, my name is Zach Brown. I am one of the coordinators here with the Office of Disability Services on the New Brunswick campus. I am just a little bit about me, I'm a two-time Rutgers graduate, undergrad, and then my master's in special ed, so I am a lifer here for Rutgers. Had a couple of roles over the year, did some K-12 education, and now back in higher ed. So, and I just want to say thank you to the committee and the task force for putting this together. Thank you to Dr. Menente and to Dr. Langberg and to Dr. Ball, who have really taken the lead on this task force and putting this all together, because I think, as we've all already seen, how important and crucial it is to pool all of these important resources. So I'm just going to briefly go through, and I will give you a heads up. I will do my best to get you out in time for lunch, but time management is not my strong suit, so forgive me for that. But briefly, just to go through, when I was developing this session, I was trying to keep in mind who's going to be here in the audience. And I realized we're going to probably have a mix of faculty and staff and students and others and neurodiverse and neurotypical. And so I wanted to try and make this as open and wide-ranging as possible while still being informative. So really quickly, I'm just going to talk about our office and what it is that who we are, what we do, who we support here at the university, and then just go into a little bit of some action items on creating a culture of access and inclusion, and some takeaways of what we can be doing. So just real quick, there is our website and contact information. Feel free to take a picture, scan the QR code. We have a table over at the resource fair, so please feel free to stop by the table. Like I said, we are limited on time, so I'm not going to go too much into detail with stuff, but please, anything that you have questions about, come stop by the table. I will be there for part of the day, but we also have other representatives from the office there. So please, if you have questions about anything, stop by the table. I also want to just quickly thank my boss, Carly Andrews, who helped me put this presentation together. She is overstaffing the table right now, but I also want to give a disclaimer that anything I say or do is totally mine and not hers, so if I say anything wrong or incorrect, that's on me. So, who we are. Basically, the Office of Disability Services is an office. We are on all of the campuses, which includes Camden, Newark, New Brunswick, which is where we are today and where I work, and also Rutgers University Health, which is formerly RBHS. In addition to the Office of Disability Services, we also work basically very hand in hand, and we're kind of linked together with the Rutgers Access and Disability Resources, or RADAR, and that is an institutional wide unit at Rutgers, and they work with helping to implement some of the more kind of less common, more intricate and time-consuming accommodations, such as sign language interpretation, real-time cart captioning, alternate format text. So if a student needs something in Braille that is not accessible or needs something in a digital format that is not currently in a digital format, Radar is the office that helps us with that stuff. And so that is who we are. Our office, we have myself, coordinators, things like that, but our office also includes a lot of staff, from full-time staff to graduate students who are working in our note-taking department, our exam unit, doing lots and lots of hard work on the ground level. So they are also, I want to give a shout out to our exam unit and our note-taking department as well. So what is it that we do? I would say this kind of is an ideal of what all of us here today hopefully are trying to do. We are part of that, but as you see, we are just one piece of that larger puzzle. And so I do think, these are all very wonderful things. It's a little bit kind of lofty and vague, so I also want to talk about kind of specifically what it is that we do, in addition to just trying to make campus more accessible, ensuring that we have students who have equal access, opportunity, and participation in the university. So, more specifically, what we do is we work collaboratively with students, faculty, and staff members here at the university to provide guidance, support resources, and primarily, mainly academic accommodations to ensure equal opportunity and access. And so, I think to just delve in a little bit more into some of these things, we should probably start by talking about what a reasonable accommodation is. So a reasonable accommodation when it comes to the college setting, and I say that because university and college setting is very different from a K-12 setting, and the rules and regulations and process and all of that stuff is very different once you exit the K-12 system and enter the higher education system. So a reasonable accommodation in a college setting refers to any modification, adjustment to the environment, policies, or practices that enables a student with a disability to have equal access to education and participate fully in academic programs. So we are here to try and make sure that students with disabilities have access like any other student at the university. Specifically our office, this is a right, this is something that is part of the law. We are legally required to do this. I think the previous slide talks about kind of what we'd like to do above and beyond the kind of minimum bare legal standards. But the reality is that we do have to follow the law. And so we are, use guidance from the American with Disabilities Act, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act is kind of where we kind of have to reference things from the legal standpoint. And I just want to quickly talk about, when we talk about the Office of Disability Services, when we say the word disability, we keep that in the title because we are making a conscious effort to reclaim that word, because we recognize that it is not a dirty word. It is not wrong to have a disability. You are not anything less for having a disability. Really, the main point of that word is to just recognize that you are an individual living in a world that was essentially built by able-bodied or different individuals who were not thinking of these other populations when the world was created. So it is not that there's anything wrong with you, it is that when things and establishments were created, that possibly your input was not taken into account. And so we are working hard to try and remedy all of that. So our office, like I said, we do work with all different types of disabilities. So working with students who may be blind, students in wheelchairs, other deaf students, all of your kind of apparent disabilities that people commonly think of when they hear the word disability. And then we're also working with students who look like that. And I would expand that to also include like a few other versions of the person, but the point being is that you can't tell just by looking at the person that they might be having some challenges, there might be a disability, you never know. So, looking at accommodations and what our office provides, the real goal of accommodations is to create access, and similar to what I think some of our previous presenters talked about, we are looking more at what are the impacts that your disability has on your learning. We are not as concerned with the label, the diagnosis. Now, again, laws, all of that stuff, we do need diagnoses, things like that, which is why there's, there is an important part to that. But functionally, what it looks like is we are looking at what are your challenges, what is the university barriers that you are struggling to overcome, and how can we accommodate that? One of the key things that I see more and more of that is becoming a bit of a struggle, and I think a lot of other people are seeing this too, accommodations are meant to provide equal access. They are not success-driven accommodations, and that can be a big difference from K-12. In K-12, you are looking to make sure that every student is given the tools to be as successful as possible. By the time you get to the university, the world is basically saying, you've made it this far, the success part is now on you, we're gonna give you the access, you have to do the rest. And I think we're starting to see that there is some blending between, and especially when it comes to neurodiversity, what does access look like when we're looking at things like time management skills, procrastination that's not just laziness or things like that. So ongoing things we're always kind of looking to, revisit. It's something that, we constantly are always looking to reevaluate and look at to make sure that we are providing the students who need access in order to be successful. So basically, the breakdown of what some of our kind of common accommodations, ground floor, what we really do. Our office provides a lot of accommodations, the main ones being things like extra time on tests, providing students with a reduced distraction location for testing. So if they have a very difficult time with focus and attention, and external factors are a real problem for that, providing them with a space to take their tests that is a reduced distraction environment. Things like note-taking assistance. Students who, for whatever reason, and it could be, again, there's a wide range of disabilities why you might need note-taking assistance. But something like that, as I mentioned, things like alternate format text, if you need that, sign language captioning, access to food and medical equipment. Again, we have students who are registered with our office who may have type 1 diabetes and need to make sure that they have access to their phone so that they can take their levels when they're taking a test, and everybody else is saying, put your test away, or your phone away in the locker, you can't have it with you. We gotta make sure those students have that. So that's kind of just a basic overview of some of the common accommodations that we have here through our office. So who is it that we support? So this is just some numbers. Again, as I mentioned, we support students, we support faculty, and we support staff. So just in terms of students, this is just a kind of brief breakdown. I will tell you this is all from self-reported data from the last year. One of the things with the Office of Disability Services, students need to identify themselves and register with our office. So all of these numbers that you're seeing are definitely a vast under estimate of how many students with disabilities there actually are at Rutgers, but based off of students that we've had self-reported, there's some numbers there. So we support undergraduates and grad students. Right now we have about 3,600 students that are registered with our office. About half of those are falling under some type of neurodivergent category. But that also means that we're also working with half of our population that may not be neurodivergent, and that's always a challenge too, to kind of try and balance all of these different things because everybody's needs are different. We have students in all of the schools. You can see the breakdown there from this past year. So we are serving students across all of the different schools. And like I said, we have offices on all of the campuses. So we are definitely here for students. We're also here for faculty. I think this sometimes is something that gets overlooked, and I really would like to stress for people here that we are here to support faculty as well. Faculty are the ones implementing the accommodations for the most part. Our office, we are meeting with the students, helping them to determine what their needs are, but the reality is mostly it's the faculty who are implementing the accommodations. So we are here to provide training, consultation. Like I said, we are always available. We have an online chat, we have drop-in hours, things like that. If you are ever unsure or anything, please reach out. If you are faculty, we are here to help. And I would say probably the biggest, well, I wouldn't say, it definitely is the biggest support that we provide for faculty that I think gets overlooked, is how many exams our office administers and proctors. So a lot of students, neurodiverse or not neurodiverse, may have extended time on testing. It is not something that typically a lot of faculty and staff are given the support to implement on their own at the university right now. And so that's something that our office, that is one of our biggest services for faculty, is helping to proctor those exams. So just really quickly, just some brief stats. On the right there in the blue is the fall 2023 exam requests, and the green is the spring 2024 semester requests. So in total, over the last year, we've had 13,880 exam requests. Those are numbers, if you can't see close up, it's over the years. You can see the dip when we had COVID lockdown. A lot of that is because professors were either not giving exams or they were moving their exams to something online and providing the extended time themselves, and we did not have to accommodate those students because they were being accommodated. Since then, the numbers are just continuing to go up. We are now way above pre-COVID levels in terms of the amount of administering of exams. Just this last year, final exams, it's gone up every year for the last 3 years. So over the course of 5 days, our office has administered 4,262 exams. I'll let you do the math on how much that comes out to in a day. So if you are a faculty member and you get letters or reminders or emails from our office about exams, this is probably why we're bothering you about it so much. Just today alone, I'm here, but our exam unit is administering 180 exams just today on a random Monday in October, not midterms, not finals, just a Monday. And then we also work with staff who are honestly the lifeblood of the campus as well. So again, a list of all of campus partners, many of which are also in this room or over in that room. As we've, I think, clearly established, collaboration between all of these different units is really the best way to support neurodiverse individuals. So just working with all of these different departments and many more is really, really key. So just briefly to go through just a couple quick things to wrap up. This is a quote from the Department of Education. This is over 40 years old, this quote. I would say we've gotten a little bit closer to that goal, but I would say most of this is still pretty much true. And I think in today's society, it would also, we could sub out the word non-disabled and put neurodivergent in there, and it would still be absolutely true that the world, again, was built and made for the most part by typically developing able-bodied peers, and other groups were not included in that. And so we need to continue to work to make an environment of inclusion and access. How many people here have seen a picture similar to this in the past? This is one of my favorite images, and I'll tell you why in a second. So the first image, we're talking about equity versus equality. In the first image, it is assumed that everyone will benefit from the same supports. They are being treated equally. So you can see, obviously, they all have the same size box to stand on. The tall people can stand and see over the fence. The shorter people cannot. And that is basically what the world was built to look like. Where our office comes in is kind of in the second image, and this is where we realize that equity and equality are not the same thing. If we want to be equitable, we need to make sure that everyone is different, that we give the supports to the people that need the supports so that they can have that equal access. So again, in this image, we have the shorter individual is on 2 boxes, the taller individual needs no boxes. Everybody can see over the fence, which is awesome. The only issue I take with this image, and this is why this is my favorite, is there's still a fence. All right, and we're still giving people boxes to stand to get over the fence. Ideally, our office, which is providing the boxes, would not have to exist, and we could have a third option like this, where everybody can see the game without any accommodations because the barrier was addressed at the root cause, and they removed it. So I think in terms of goals, ODS, we're doing a really great job at getting to number 2, and I think part of this task force and everybody in general as a community looking to move and get to image 3. That's at least my hope. All right, so just really quickly, some things that you all can do, whether you identify as neurodivergent or neurotypical, whether you are a faculty, staff, student, it doesn't matter. The most important thing you can always do is be an ally. I think if you're here, you probably have a pretty good awareness, and I think you probably have a pretty good attitude. So I think those two we can kind of check off already. So I just want to talk briefly about action and how to, what are some actionable items you can take to be an ally and to support our neurodivergent community. It is not up to the people of any marginalized identity to educate you. I will say that again for the people online and the people in the back. It is not up to the people of any marginalized community, whether that is disability, whether that is race, whether that is sexual identity, whatever the case may be. It is not their responsibility to educate you. That was a tough thing for me as a straight white male. I had a lot of research and learning, and I'm still every day learning and learning and learning. It's up to me to learn those things. So thank you all for being here, because if you are here, it means that you are taking the steps to educate yourself, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Rutgers is one of the most diverse universities in the Big Ten and really in the country. That is a huge advantage for us when trying to learn about different abilities and different groups on campus. Take advantage of that. One of the other ways to educate yourself, October is Disability Awareness Month, hence why we are having this event right now in October. So we have a lot of, and not me, the university has a lot of events planned throughout the month. There's a couple listed right there. I'm not going to go through all of them, but that's literally just, I think, in the next couple of days. Discussion about Down syndrome, overall disability awareness, adaptive sports, dance class for neurodivergent and autistic individuals. And again, this is just this week. There is a whole list of activities planned all month long. If you are interested in attending them, we have a QR code, I think, out on our table that will take you to the website with all of the events listed. So please check those all out. What else can you do? Making referrals, and I know this is something that came up before. That is huge. We're talking about being proactive. These students need to identify themselves to us in order to receive these services. A lot of them don't know that we exist. A lot of them may know we exist, but don't really want to come to us. So as a staff or a faculty member, I would encourage you and empower you to make referrals. And probably the best way to do that, because I know it can be hard. You don't want to make assumptions about anybody, and this I know came up before was a question. One of the things I would always say, if you see a student who's struggling, regardless of what the issue may be, you can always provide them with a wide variety of campus resources. Hey, you look like you're struggling in class a little bit. Here's information on the learning centers. Here's information on the Office of Disability Services. Here's information on Access Program for ADHD. Here's information on the colleges, without making assumptions. If you provide them with a variety of resources, you can let them know what's available, and then they can make those decisions on where the best place to go is. But as you can see right now, most students find their way to us through the website. A lot less are coming from teachers and faculty members, and that's okay. But definitely that is something that you can continue to do. Additionally, reporting barriers as you come across them, that is something that anybody can do. If you know how to report barriers, great. If you don't, there's information on our website, or come talk to me at the table. I will tell you all about how you can report barriers, both for physical barriers, but also for accessibility, online accessibility. There's ways to report things like that as well. But just knowing that there's ways to do that is an important thing. I'm not going to go through all of this right now because we are almost out of time, but essentially just some best practices when it comes to accessibility, because again, we're always trying to be proactive rather than reactive. Anytime you can use a variety of methods to assess a student's knowledge is a great idea. When we talk about accessibility and universal design, things like that, if we are making something accessible that it will benefit neurodivergent community, it is likely going to benefit everybody else as well. So this is not a, we need to do this at the expense of some other group. These are all things that are going to just make life easier for everyone. So some things, having captioning on in your Zoom meetings, if you're having those, alternate form, alt text for images, if you have images in your coursework and stuff, having a description of what those images are. A big one that we're going to be talking more about in, I'm sure, years to come is PDFs and accessibility and how to make those more accessible for people who may have vision or reading challenges. So there's lots of tools out there. If you are interested in hosting an event and you have questions about how to make it accessible, there is a lot of information on our website about how to create an accessible event and things that you should keep in mind and take into consideration. So please, I would encourage you to check those out as well. How am I doing on time? Oh, just about done. All right. So again, there's also just a ton of resources out there. And again, it's important to do your research and make sure that you are, not everything on the internet is, the same. So make sure you're looking and checking in on the validity and who's putting these things out there. But there are a ton of different resources. If you are interested in things about any of these that are listed, feel free to come contact me or come visit me, stop by the office. You can check and we'll talk about any of these things. And yeah, that's kind of the main thing is if and when you have a question, we are here. So contact information is there for our office. I want to thank everybody for giving us this chance to just chat and talk about some of the services that we offer. So if anybody has questions, I will feel free to stick around for questions. Otherwise, I think people are hungry. Questions?
So I do have a question about what would happen, because I'm an undergrad and I've heard this before, where a student will ask for accommodations, but then the faculty member, for some reason or another, will just refuse to help them out. What would you guys do in that circumstance?
Yes, that's a great question. What we would do, well, what you should do is contact your coordinator and let them know, because we are here to help you with that. But what we do typically is we'll talk with the student first, get some information about what's going on, reach out to the faculty member, find out what's going on. We don't want to make assumptions about anything. I have found over the course of my time here that 99% of faculty are trying to implement and do the right thing, and that it is sometimes a lack of communication, a lack of knowledge, a lack of something along the way, but it is not for lack of wanting to help. So typically the first step would be just reach out to the faculty and see what's the challenge here. And then working with them, it may be that we need to kind of brainstorm and come up with an alternate type of solution, because there are situations where you may have a class where something might not fit perfectly. And that's why we're always looking at what the function of the limitation is and the function of the impact rather than a diagnosis, because we want to find out what the issue is and how to address it. After that, if the faculty member is still not necessarily following or doing what they're supposed to do, we will continue to try and work with them to provide them the support they need. Ultimately, there is a process if it gets to the point where they're just not doing what they're supposed to do. There is a process for working through that and reporting that and trying to get that fixed and resolved. Contact our office and we can help work through that.
And I think that harkens back to what you said earlier in your presentation, Zach, about how kind of over time we're redefining the idea of accessibility for neurodivergent people, right? Because again, the law mandates that people with disabilities are entitled to reasonable accommodations, and that word reasonable is up for some degree of interpretation by the person running the class, in this case, the faculty person. And as we've said, there's not proactive education for faculty, so sometimes it's a lack of knowledge or awareness. Other times it might actually, kind of represent a real hardship to that faculty person in managing their class. But again, at the end of the day, if a neurodivergent student doesn't have the ability to succeed in a class, is it really accessible, right? And so I think that's what we're grappling.
Yeah.
Time for one last question. Anyone?
Hi, Zach. Hi. How do you deal with students who are perhaps fearful of, being labeled, receiving an LOA, and then not wanting perhaps peers to know, wanting to mainstream and assimilate? Perhaps there was a history of bullying, et cetera.
Yes, yeah. LOA stands for Letter of Accommodation. So that's a great question. What I would tell anybody who is not registered with our office, we do not disclose the nature of disability at any point to a faculty or a staff member or a parent or anybody other than who you give us permission to talk to about that. As an individual, your identity is your identity to disclose, especially when it comes to disability status. And at the collegiate level, you are now considered an adult, so it is your information, not your parents' information, not your guardian's information even. It is your information if you are here. So our letter would say that the student is registered with our office, because we do obviously need to let them know that they are registered with our office. That's why they have these things. But the letter of accommodation does not say anywhere on it nature of disability, does not go into detail why the student receives the accommodation. It keeps the bare bone minimums of they're registered with our office. We've met and reviewed everything. This is what is reasonable and appropriate for this student. And at the bottom, if you have questions, please feel free to contact our office. And I think that's a huge one. Please feel free to contact our office if you have questions. So did that answer your question enough? But to anybody, I would basically just say registering with our office does not by any means represent a commitment. It doesn't mean that you are going to be labeled. You can go through the whole process and decide, I don't need any of these accommodations. I'm not going to submit a letter. I don't need anybody to know. So it is very much up to the student to use and decide who and how they want to communicate that information to. But there is no requirement other than disclosing it to our office.
And the hope is that over time there wouldn't be such stigma,
Absolutely.
right, surrounding the need for accommodations, right? And going back to your awesome slide, related to equity, right? And again, the idea is that fair is not that everyone gets the same, but that everyone gets what they need to succeed, and that someone who gets an excellent grade with an accommodation doesn't mean that their grade is any less, right? And it goes for a degree or job or what have you, but that's a part of us being stronger together and making sure that everyone has the fundamental right to have success. So please join me in thanking Zach one more time.
Thank you.
All right, and we'll call that a morning session. We are going to kick back off right at 1 o'clock, so you have about half an hour for lunch on your own. Feel free to go visit some of our awesome exhibitors. Pleased to launch our afternoon sessions with what I think is an incredible and important talk focusing on community safety and really highlighting one of the most important community partnerships that we have been mutually working hard to build over many years, probably close to a decade, and that is with our Department of Public Safety and in particular the Rutgers University Police Department. RUPD in particular, Chief Ken Kopp, who's here with us, have been, to say that they've been incredible champions, for making Rutgers and the surrounding community accessible and safe for neurodivergent people is an enormous understatement. And it is really my great pleasure to introduce Sergeant Marlise Correa and also Elizabeth Dicker, who Elizabeth is staff at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services as an accessibility specialist. So I'll let Officer Correa and Elizabeth introduce themselves more fully, but you guys can come up and the mic is yours.
Elizabeth, you want to introduce yourself first?
Yeah, does the slide go to the next one?
I'm going to put it up, so while I'm doing that, you can introduce yourself.
Okay. This is working. My name's Elizabeth Dicker, and I work at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services, and my job is called Accessibility Specialist, which is kind of like a little bit of anything that's needed. So I do art, so I did some art for the center. I help with research projects if someone has something that they need help with. I really like giving tours, so if you ever come over, I will give you a tour. That's about it.
All right, perfect. And my name is Sergeant Marlise Correa. I'm a community police officer in the Rutgers Police Department here in New Brunswick. I've been with the Rutgers Police Department for a little over 14 years right now, and I get to work closely with Elizabeth lately, which has been an amazing experience. So thank you for having me. So now we're going to go into Elizabeth's story and perspective on community safety at Rutgers.
Okay. Can I stand here? Does it matter where the camera is?
No.
Okay. Good. All right. So about a year and a half ago, I started coming to the RCAS because I needed something to do. I like routine. I do art, so I came there and I was doing art every day. And I'd learned how to take because I came from Princeton Junction, so I would take the train in, and then I would take the EE bus from the train station all the way up to the RCAS, and then in the afternoon do the opposite, which worked for a while until the summer came, and then the summer buses changed, and I did not know this because I started in April, and this was like June or May. And so the first time that the summer buses did their schedule, I got on the bus like usual, and then I ended up on Bush campus, which I was not expecting. And so then I was basically lost on Bush campus, not sure where I was, didn't really know anybody at that point. And so that was my first encounter with the Rutgers Police Department. And it actually was surprisingly good. And I say surprisingly because I've actually had encounters with police departments that are maybe not so well trained, maybe not so understanding, but when the Rutgers police came, they didn't immediately come up to me. They kind of assessed the situation. They took their time. They weren't loud. They weren't yelling. And together we kind of figured out what I needed to do, and they were able to get me back where I needed to go. And then subsequently, they came to the RCAS. We had a meeting to kind of debrief that situation. And then subsequently, I was lost about 3 other times on the campus. So I've had quite a lot of interactions with them. And then the second part to this is the Rutgers police force also is very interested in working with the neurodivergent population. So Christopher and I have actually gone over there and talked to them in what they want to do in their initiatives. And the third thing to say is today, so because I like the RCAS, I work there. It's also a community center. I really like the sense of community there. My parents were able to buy me a townhouse, which is right off Cook campus, and so I'm able to walk and go to the RCAS now, and today's my first day living there. Don't clap too loudly, because you're throwing me off. Okay, but today's my first day living there. And so in preparation for that, I met with Officer Carrera about things we're going to discuss in here, like there's a registry and how to get the police to kind of know that I live there, but also I don't want to publicly announce to all my neighbors that I'm autistic because that might make me in a vulnerable position. So we had to go through those things, so that's why we decided we'd be good to present today.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Elizabeth. Great job. And so my perspective is not going to be as elaborate as Elizabeth's because we have a lot of slides here. But my perspective as a community police officer is just to kind of bridge that gap with the police force and the community and allow the community to know that we're here for them and we are very much interested in their safety and their well-being. And I have had the privilege to work with Elizabeth and the Autism Center to bridge that gap and be that person there that they can see to know that we can take the stigma off of the uniform, right? And they can actually know that we are people and we do care for them. And so that's what we've been working at. So 5 tips for law enforcement interactions with autistic individuals. These are things that we have been training on. It's being aware, right, of the senses, not only our senses, but the senses of the people that we come in contact with, as well as don't overreact. So we have been highly trained in de-escalation, and these are the techniques that we use with every encounter that we have with people, not only on campus, but as well as the off-campus community. Our main job is to build rapport with our community, which is really important, and I believe that we are moving forward in a great force with that, with the RUPD, as well as being observant in our community. That's also really important, and being patient. In every call that we go to, we're just asking our officers to really be patient, that time is on our side, and we don't have to rush through any situation that we're sent to. So some situations that autistic or neurodivergent individuals may encounter with police are traffic stops. So we came up with, Elizabeth and I kind of talked about situations that she had a lot of questions about, and so we have a few of those situations, and then we have resources to go along with those situations. So if ever encountered by an officer, we ask that anyone who's neurodivergent to have one of these blue envelopes in their vehicle, and inside that blue envelope would be their registration, their license, any kind of information that they would want the officer to know about them. And once they are pulled over by an officer, that is exactly what they would hand to the officer, and that would indicate that this individual is in the neurodivergent population, and that would kind of break down any barriers or any communication situations that may arise that may complicate the car stop. So that's very important. So if there's anyone on campus that you know, we actually have some at the RUPD, as well as Chris has some. Here's the address, right? Dudley Road. They have some there, as well as there's another population that we're going to drop them off to Res Life. So Res Life will also have them for their community. Another situation is public disturbances. So this is also really important for people on the neurodivergent population to be able to sign up with the special needs registry, and you can do this from county to county. The prosecutor's office has really been pushing this out, and it's also a really important tool because what occurs is if there's any situation with anyone and their name comes up in our computer system and they're registered with us, the officer will get sent an alert and they will know exactly who they're dealing with, what situation that person has, and it will make the call a lot easier. So it's an amazing tool that we have now. We've been working on this maybe for the last 6 months in our county, as well as throughout the state. Other counties are working with it. It's something the Attorney General has really been pushing in the state, and we believe that it's something that's really good. Another encounter is lost person. So we just heard from Elizabeth, right, how she got lost on our campus several times. Is there anything else you'd like to share about your experience about being lost?
I just want to, okay, I'm using this thing. I'm thinking about something else as you're talking, so I'm going to say that first, and then I'll come back to that.
Okay.
I just want to say about disclosure. So in all you're saying, it is a choice. It is a choice to have the blue envelope. It is a choice to have a wallet card. It is a choice to be part of the registry. So we're not saying everyone with autism should be on this. It's your own personal choice. But for me specifically, being autistic, in my experience, you will have negative encounters with police, and they may misjudge it as something else. And then you could end up handcuffed. I've ended up being taken to the hospital. Things happen. So personally, I would recommend disclosing. That's why I'm part of the registry. That's why I have a wallet card. That's why I would do all this. But I know I want to make that clear. Like, we're not telling people disclose. All right, I just had to say that. So the wallet card project, I have a wallet card. I can get it, actually. It's this little card. It's not something specific to the Rutgers Police. It is free. It's online. Stick it on the back of here. It just has, so it has my name on it. It says a little bit about autism. It says, like, I may not be able to do this. I might have trouble expressing myself. And then on the back it says, like, here's what you can do to help. And it also has emergency contacts on the back. And sometimes when I'm very overwhelmed and I can't communicate verbally in the same way as I can right now, this is really helpful because you can hand it to someone and they can automatically see your contacts and also know what's going on. And also, I have, this is a medical ID thing, comes off. You can hand it to someone. It has my medical information underneath, and I like that because everyone, not everyone, but most people have this, and it doesn't say autism, it says medical alert. And if you're the EMS, that's like the first thing that you check. So if I was like unconscious or something, they would see this. So I kind of like having the combination of both of them.
And sometimes we have to understand too that when we're approaching someone, right, with neurodivergent, like Elizabeth, that there may be a situation that she, like she just disclosed, she may not be able to communicate, right, or she may be nervous, and it's going to be very difficult for that communication, that interaction to happen. So these resources are just amazing things that can help break down those barriers and get Elizabeth or whoever it is, the officers coming in contact with, the help that they really need.
I also would recommend that anyone who's autistic or feels like they should do this is go meet your local police, whether it's Rutgers police or any police, because meeting them in times of not stress is going to help when you run into time, like anytime the police come see you and it's a time of stress gives you kind of like scared of police a little bit. So meeting them in times of not stress really helps alleviate that a little bit.
And a few times during this past month, I've met with Elizabeth, and a few people in the center, right, they got a little alarmed sometimes when I showed up, and we've had to explain, like I was there to meet with Elizabeth and just breaking that barrier. So because of that, we've agreed that I should go to the center more and invite more officers. Remember, we did speak about that.
Well, it's going to be unexpected anytime you show up, but I prefer if it's unexpected and you show up in a good way.
Yes.
So yes, come over unexpectedly.
So we are going to be planning that in the near future for more officers to be interacting
And
at the center.
also to have people practice doing this, because this might not come naturally, and in a state when you can't communicate, you can practice showing your ID and things like that.
Yes.
Also, prefer this partially because if you're scared about like, oh no, where are my hands and I'm reaching into something, this is in your wallet. So this is even better in my opinion.
Yes, and thinking about officer safety, that's a really good point that she just said. She did mention before that she had to be put in handcuffs. So we want to avoid any of those negative interactions. So she is right, reaching into your pockets or going to get something from your backpack without the officer asking you to do that may be interpreted in the wrong way. So the medical bracelet is one of the better options, correct? Thank you. So this is the link if you know anyone or you would like to get the wallet card. It is absolutely free, which is another great resource. There's so many great resources out there, and we just thought that it would be really important to provide those all to you so that you know that they're out there.
Can I say one more thing?
Yep.
Okay, because I moved, I just signed up for the registry. And it has the general stuff. You put your name, you put that kind of information in it, but you can also put very specific things, like things that would help me, things to look for. Like, so I'm guessing on your end, whoever, oh, also Rutgers Dispatch is on there, Rutgers Police Department's on there, and New Brunswick Police Department.
That's
so I
right.
signed up for all three of them. So it will have that information as a pull-up thing. So before or once they know your name, they can look it up.
That's right. And the important part of meeting the officer or whoever's in charge of the registry, we're actually working on getting Elizabeth to meet the New Brunswick officer who is in charge of the registry. So she met with me. She thought it would be under the RUPD, but unfortunately it's...
Well, I'm not quite because I'm a street over.
Yeah, so she's going to be meeting with New Brunswick police officer, which I will be taking her over there. So it's just building more of a community together. You want to share anything, or are you good? Okay. So another situation, when reporting incidents, it's really important that these registries are there in the police department, in the CAD systems, is which we call them. So if there's ever a call, the officer will know how to respond and how to help them. She just disclosed that she gave a bunch of information. Would you like to just disclose like what some of those questions were that they asked for the special needs registry?
Yeah, I think I kind of did. So it's like, it's basically like, what's it called, demographics, so like name, age, hair color, that kind of thing. But then it gets into specifics, like if a police officer was to come up to you, like what would help, or so it gets into very specific things, like what kind of, like where are the places that we would usually find you, like I might be going to the Rutgers Center, so I'd put that down, like places you might usually be, things like that. So they get more specific. So about half of it's demographics and the other half is specifics.
Okay, great, thank you. And then we also, as Rutgers community, we also have the Rutgers Emergency Notification System, which is something we all should be registered to, right? So that we all know whenever there's an emergency on campus. And this is our non-emergency number here. You can call our dispatch center 24 hours, 7 days a week. And the beautiful thing about our dispatch center is that it doesn't only dispatch for Rutgers, New Brunswick, but it also dispatches for the entire city of New Brunswick. So whenever something's going on there, we know in real time when anything is happening in our community, which is a great thing. And we all know that if there's an emergency, what do we dial? 911, very good.
Did you know that you can actually text 911?
Would you like to share that with them?
Well, you can text 911. And also that's helpful for me because in the case of where I might not be able to verbally explain what's happening, I can text 911.
Yes,
so that's really helpful.
And that was another amazing thing that our dispatch center had. We were one of the first in the Middlesex County to actually have that, which has been utilized quite often. If a student is on a bus and they don't want someone to hear that they have a complaint, or they're out in the community and they don't want someone to know what they're saying, you can just text your information to 911 and it gets reported as a 911 call. And in Elizabeth's case, if she feels like she's nonverbal in that time, that will also be very helpful. Rutgers University, we also have the Rave Guardian app. So if you don't have this downloaded, it's also another important tool. Would you like to share this? Because you just downloaded it and you were raving about it the other day.
Raving about the Rave? Yeah, I'm not 100%, I haven't used it. I downloaded it. Is that a lawnmower or what is happening?
Yes.
Okay. Trying to see if I can pull it up.
So it's just another app with a lot of resources that the community can use as well. If you have any questions, it will also direct you to different departments, so you're not online looking for everything. It's an app that has everything there, and you can just go to the icon and click down to get information.
I don't know where it is, but basically just what you said. You can go on there and you can click certain things. So if you need information or you should be connected to the non-emergency number, or it's links.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's another great resource. And this is a QR code that I created. Elizabeth and I have been working a lot together, and we thought it would be a great thing to bring a safety training and a semi-self-defense course to the Autism Center. And this is a QR code, and it has several dates and times, so we will be able to work together in creating a course to give to the neurodivergent community, and to let them know that we are here for them and share all of this great information with them as well. You want to share anything about that? No? All right, and that is our presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Do police departments like in New Brunswick collaborate with other police departments, in other counties and things like that, or?
So the special needs registry, that's the importance of that. It's county to county. So once you register with the special needs registry, that will come up in the police officer communication database.
Okay, so this is not only just for Middlesex County, but it's also registry
It's
for
statewide.
Statewide.
So, yeah.
Okay.
So if you go on your county website and you type in special needs registry, it'll give you all the information you need and you can register with your county.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, so I just heard a really good radio program the other day about social workers who are embedded in the Durham, North Carolina Police Department. They said they've had amazing success with both getting people the care they need when they're in a crisis and also reducing the burden on police officers to have to respond to things that are mental health or psychological concerns. So my question is RUPD and NBPD considering anything like that? Would that be something that either department would be open to?
So I can't speak for NBPD, unfortunately, but I can speak for RUPD. Currently, we are not, but we do know that there are pilot programs. I know personally that Edison Police Department is piloting that program right now. So I think the Attorney General is just trying to pilot the program with grants to see what the outcome is, statistically, and then offer that to the entire state.
This is just a quick question about the RUPD safety and self-defense course. Yes. Do you guys have another link? Because I got sent to the editing, but I don't think I'm supposed to edit it.
I'll speak to you afterwards and
Thank you.
we'll work on that. Anyone
Other
else?
questions?
Okay.
Okay, in my county, I live in Morris County, and they have Project Lifesaver. Is that similar? I'm not sure if, is that similar to what you have, Elizabeth, or?
Project Life, is this working?
Yeah.
Okay. Project Lifesaver is a GPS tracking band that you can get. So this is not a GPS tracking band. This is just literally a medical ID. But if he has a history of elopement, yeah, get the GPS tracking band.
Could you take that out, or is that band that has to stay on, right?
The life one?
No, the Project Lifesaver one.
That is attached to
stays?
you. You cannot take that off.
Oh, really?
But this is a medical ID. So
Okay,
two different
that's
things.
different. Okay.
But the
thank you.
medical ID would have information about him, so you might want to do both, because Lifesaver band is just a band.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and of course, while unpleasant to think and talk about, it's also reality. Still, the leading cause of death amongst autistic people, autistic children in particular, is wandering and/or elopement, getting lost and resulting in some form of untimely death, often drowning, right? Because a lot of young autistic kids often don't also have the opportunity to access early swimming lessons. Like neurotypical kids often do. So yeah, a lot of this, the registry, Project Lifesaver, it's all really critical to addressing, again, as Zach Brown said earlier, kind of living in a world that wasn't really made for you. Last call for any more questions? All right, please join me in thanking our presenters. I know it's hard. All right. So we have about a 5-minute break till we start our next session. Please feel free to get up and stretch your legs, do a quick lap around the exhibitors, and we'll be back in 5. It's my pleasure to introduce not blah, 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 right? So I really mean it this time. Because I think, so the Rutgers College Support Program can probably be pointed to as like a major kind of catalyst that really kicked off a lot of this work, like even way before the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services existed. You know, the college support program actually started back at the DDDC in 2009, 2010, you know, kind of in their outreach program, right? And then was housed in student affairs for a little while, and you know, came to the RCAS, back to CASAP in 2018. But this is absolutely, as far as I know, like the first like Rutgers planned concerted effort to support neurodivergent college students. And this program has just continually evolved to get better and better and better. And some of you were fortunate enough to hear Dr. Josh Langberg's keynote this morning, where he talked in detail how, you know, we've recently kind of embedded, you know, kind of new software into this program in the form of the Access program. And so again, it's really my privilege to introduce, you know, such an important member of my team. So this is Ian Bober, and so Ian has worked at Rutgers in a bunch of different roles, and you know, I'll let him introduce himself more thoroughly, along with our awesome panel of, you know, current and former CSP students, and they're going to give you kind of a deep dive about the college support program, both from an administrative perspective, like what it is that we offer, but then from like a direct student experience perspective, as like what it's meant to be in that program and how it's helped. So without further ado, Ian Bober, Senior Program Coordinator of the Rutgers College Support Program.
All right. Thank you for that awesome introduction, Chris. I'm Ian Bober, Senior Program Coordinator for the College Support Program. I have a long history here at Rutgers with autism services, starting in the 90s at DDDC, and working with the adult program that was developed there in the early 2000s, and with RCAS since 2017. I worked for Scale for a little while, 2019 I want to say. Worked for Scale for a little while, and I've been doing this with the College Support Program for about 2.5 years now. This is my 5th semester, so it's been 5 times almost completely around the block. So I'm still learning, still seeing all kinds of different challenges with our students. We've been expanding ever since. When I came into the program, we had, I think, 24 students, 17 of which were brand new, and that was quite a semester. And we've been expanding since. We went up to 30 students last year, and now across the 2 tiers that we have to offer, we have something like 53 students, I want to say. So you know, we are ever expanding. That's being made possible with new funding from Rutgers, which is a first for the program. We're still a fee-for-service model, but you know, we are working to make it more accessible to meet the needs of the students that are here at Rutgers. We have our esteemed panel here. These are former and current CSP students. We have Tanvi Srivastava, Josh Garfinkel, Radha Krishnan, and Cameron Mataluski. And they will we'll talk to them in the second segment of our presentation here, and they're going to share with us what their experience is being neurodivergent students here at Rutgers. So I want to thank them very much for agreeing to join us here and to share their very important perspective, because it is all about them. We've had a lot of support people talking, and we've had some awesome perspective from the people who we support. So you know, we want to continue that and hear from, that's my water, hear from these VIPs. All right, so we're going to have a CSP overview, then we're going to have the student panel, and then we're going to save 5 to 10 minutes for a Q&A at the end of our program here. All right, so CSP for the last 7 years or so has been housed at the RCAAS. This is our community center. This is a day in the life here. We're over on Cook Douglas, beautiful building. People are shocked at how nice it is when they come in, and you know, we do have Dr. Menente to thank for getting this place built. It is really an amazing place. You know, it's a welcoming site for the whole autistic community here at Rutgers, neurodivergent community. You know, we are expanding to serve students with ADHD. That's a first for this year. You know, this represents just the growth that Rutgers is undergoing as we, you know, we meet the changing face of the student population. Okay. So you've probably heard this before, maybe, depending on how long you've been here at this particular summit. We have 4 units here at RCAAS. Scale, which is a lifespan service that supports adults with autism in the community here at Rutgers. We have our psychological services clinic that provides assessment and counseling services for adults with autism. The CSP works very closely with the PSC. You know, their initials are the same, just rearranged. They provide assessment services and mental health services. Some of our students receive individual counseling services from the staff at the Psychological Services Clinic. They also help us with our mental health check-ins. So we are becoming more and more integrated with the Psychological Services Clinic to meet that very important aspect of the student experience. So as Dr. Langberg said earlier, you know, mental health is just as important as academic health. And if we don't have the proper supports in place, you know, the chances of success are going to be reduced. We also have the intensive outpatient clinic, and Dr. Julia Iannacone heads that up. And that is where that's a unique service within the world, honestly, that will provide outpatient services to adults with autism with significant behavioral challenges. We work all under the same roof, so you can see that the RCAS Community Center houses and addresses aspects of autism support across the spectrum. And finally, we have the college support program, which fits right in. We work very collaboratively, you know, under that roof. So that's what the program that I'm here to talk about. All right, we're part of GAZAP, and with this year, we're shared across 2 centers now, RCAS and CYSEW. So this year, we expanded to serve students not only with ASD, but with ADHD as well. And we rely on the expertise from Josh Langberg's center, the CYSEW, to provide those supports for ADHD students as well, students with ADHD. Much of the supports are very much the same. You know, we have a lot of executive functioning challenges across the 2 different diagnoses. Many of our students have both diagnoses, so we really don't look at it as a diagnostic determinative service. It's really about the support needs that our students have, and many of them are very similar, regardless of diagnosis. So it was a great fit to welcome ADHD students into the service. The way we're staffed, we have 3 full-time staff members. Myself, I'm a BCBA, senior program coordinator. We have Erin Walker, who is also a senior program coordinator. She's a licensed social worker. And we have Kaya Pai, who just joined on. She is awesome. She's our assistant program coordinator. All of us have our own caseload of students who we meet with weekly to provide supports. And we are supplemented by our awesome staff of CSP externs and part-time staff. So traditionally, we receive social work students to get their field experience with us, and they are supervised by our licensed social worker that we have on board, Erin Walker, and they are an indispensable part of our program. You know, we provide training opportunities for these social work students. We also are supplemented by part-time staff. This year we have 2 great employees from both from GAZAP. One's a graduate student, one is a doctoral student, and they each have their caseload of 4 or 5 students that they'll meet with weekly to provide those supports. So we really revolve around our core of coordinators. This year, we've introduced Access as one of the core components of our services, and those Access groups are led by clinical doctoral students who specialize in ASD and ADHD services, who are receiving their experience here at our 2 centers. So these are our offerings. We are admissions-based, meaning that students get into Rutgers and then they go through an admissions process with us after submitting an application. Even as we're expanding, we still have limited capacity, so we have to make sure that the students that we're taking on, we can serve most effectively, that our supports align with their support needs. Really what we're looking for through that admissions process is the student is going to participate with us. We want our students to be enthusiastic about coming to college and receiving supports from us, that's basically what we're looking at through the admissions process. We are a fee-based service with tiered supports. This year, we are, for the first time, we're offering this Tier 1 CSP Access service, which is available at a lower price, at a lower tuition fee. The Tier 2 service is traditionally what CSP has existed as for the last, over a decade. Tier 2 is much more comprehensive, whereas students that are in Tier 1 are expected to be more independent. They don't need quite the comprehensive supports that are available through Tier 2. Both tiers are centered around our Access program. So these first 2 points here, we have our 90-minute skills and strategies group that Dr. Langberg spoke about this morning. And then we have 30-minute or 60-minute individual coaching sessions, depending on the tier that the students are involved with. So during those 30-minute individual sessions, they refine and apply the material that was covered during the Access group. And in Tier 2, we can go into more depth about their experience and help them resolve issues that might come up, sometimes very frequently through the week. The main difference between these tiers is the advocacy that our coordinators can support across the week. Whereas Tier 1 is much more appointment-based. They go to a group, they have their coaching session, and then the students are expected to be more independent in connecting with their resources. Students who are in Tier 2 receive much more support during the week, almost continuously, as they navigate the semester. There are other components involved, and we'll talk about them in a bit. All right, here we go. So the main new feature of CSP is Access, which was developed by Dr. Langberg and colleagues down at VCU for students with ADHD. Last year, we worked with Dr. Ball at the Psychological Services Clinic in consultation with the staff at CYSEW to adopt Access for autism. There were some changes, but not a ton of changes. The core of the program is very much the same because it really gets to a lot of executive functioning challenges, which are common across many of the different neurodivergent profiles. So Access consists of 90-minute group meetings, so that happens for 8 or 9 weeks during the semester, and we offer 2 different versions, one for ASD, one for ADHD. The version for ASD we host within RCAAS, and the version for ADHD is hosted by staff at CYSEW. They are the ADHD supports that we have here, and we serve the students with ASD. There is some crossover. I don't want to get into the details too much, but again, we're more behavior specific. We're not looking at diagnoses as much. So that Access group that started a couple weeks ago will extend to Thanksgiving. That's 90 minutes out of the student's week, and then it's followed up by a coordinator meeting for 60 or 30 minutes, depending on the tier. Those Access groups, they focus on time management, organization, other behavioral strategies. Each of those groups focus on 3 different kind of chapters. One will have ASD or ADHD education for the first 20 minutes or so, or 30 minutes during that group. Behavioral strategies, These are planning and organization strategies to help maintain motivation that take place for each meeting during the center segment, and then adaptive thinking strategies where students learn to manage the anxiety and stress that is part of the college experience. All right, during those weekly coordinator meetings, this is our main check-in meeting where the students come in and they share they'll share their academic progress with us. They'll talk about their social experience. Our coordinators really get to know the students, and through just those meetings and building rapport, they become more effective advocates for our students. So that if our students need that extra help in maintaining connections across the campus, our coordinators are in a good position to help the students. Always with the eye on transferring that responsibility to the student. So, our coordinators, a lot of times what they're trying to do is keep the ball from being dropped. There's a lot of challenges that are associated with being a college student, and there could be a lot of loose ends. Our coordinators help to tie them up and keep that ball rolling, but always with an eye on transferring that independence to our students. And that can be a slow process, or it can be a fast process. Some of our students stay with us for a year, some of us are with us for all 4 years. But it's always with an eye on towards developing that independence that is required for any adult. Okay, so access is common across the 2 tiers of CSP services. Now we're going to talk about a bit more of the Tier 2 comprehensive support services. The main difference between the 2 tiers is this campus liaison service. So again, this is where our coordinators help our students develop and maintain connections to all these different aspects of Rutgers supports. So you'll see right up top, there's a faculty. We talk to professors all the time. We have our students disclose to professors that they're working with the CSP. Most of our professors, that they're familiar with the CSP and they welcome our help. So we are a resource not only for the students, but for the faculty that are here. We survey those professors that each of our students have twice a month, minimally, to see how our students are doing. We prompt the professors to reach out to us if they have any questions that we can help them with. We work with academic deans, 2 of which we have in the audience, where we help our students make those decisions that would most effectively get them towards their degree and that they're staying on the right path. If they're running into academic difficulty, we always defer to the deans to give us the best advice. Those kinds of meetings can be tough for our students. So our coordinators, they develop rapport with our students and accompany them to many of these important meetings that they have. Our coordinators will sit in with meetings with the advisors to make sure that all parties are understood, that the student doesn't walk away not knowing what just happened, because we help the students take notes. We work with deans of students. We help navigate student conduct issues. If a student needs to withdraw or takes a leave of absence, we provide support during those tough situations with the with the deans of students. We work with RU Police. We have them come to our service, our center, give presentations. Our students know them, they know our students. We help foster that type of safe environment on campus. Residence life, we work with all the time. We have a close relationship with both the RA staff and also the placement staff, where our students, one of the things that is a challenge is just finding residential placements for the next year. That's an important, connection that needs to be made, and our coordinators, that's one of those things that our coordinators help to ensure is stable across the years. We work with career services. If our students need jobs on campus, we can help them with interviews. We can accompany them to interviews, especially with dining services and the conference center we have good relationships with. I'm sorry, that was student employment. I kind of skipped a little bit there. Career services is for the students' general career. We have a very close relationship with career exploration and success, where we have representatives from that unit come over to our center to meet with our students and help them develop their career wherever they are, be it just figuring out what to do with their lives, or developing resumes, finding internships. We really rely on our relationship to help support that important aspect of their college experience and you know, what they look toward beyond. As for academic supports, we have great relationships with the learning centers and the writing programs, where we help our students find the tutoring that they need and maintain the schedule. The Learning Centers has a core of academic coaches that work specifically with CSP students. They'll meet with them weekly or bi-weekly, depending on the schedule that they developed, so they can go over general academic skills. And ODS. ODS is one of our closest partners, where we know that they're our students' coordinators, personally, and we'll make sure that any accommodation needs that may emerge during their stay at Rutgers is being identified and addressed and hopefully approved as the student navigates their college career. And we also we work with health services and CAPS. Again, we need to make sure our students are healthy, or otherwise, it's going to be more of a challenge for them to academically succeed. So you can see that there's a lot going on. There's so many supports that are available for our students. I didn't know that all these different centers existed when I was a Rutgers student. I definitely would have been more involved had I known. But through all this cooperation, we can really provide a great framework for our students to be successful in. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of skip through these next couple slides here. A lot of it I covered already. But again, we have our weekly academic coaching meetings with coaches from the learning centers. So that's one of the components that are available to students who are in Tier 2 access. It's a bit different than the regular academic coaching that's available to all students, where we kind of collaborate, our coordinators collaborate with the academic coaches to make sure our supports are aligned for the students. So it's more touch points during the week. And during these academic coaching meetings, we address study skills, organization strategies, time management strategies, et cetera, et cetera. We have weekly study sessions that occur at the center, where students will come to our center for 2 hours a week. These are our new students will come in. They're required to come for 2 hours a week as part of CSP. As students become more successful studying independently, we always keep the option open for them to come and join our study halls. That's one of the supports at CSP that are kind of designed to fade as a student progresses toward their degree. During these study sessions, they're proctored by our staff, and it's an opportunity for these students to work on the skills learned at academic coaching. And peer mentors. The peer mentor program is a large part of our program, important part of our program, where our students are paired with, or matched with 2 volunteer peer mentors. These are undergraduates who, of which we have, I think, 80 now, who volunteer to come out to basically provide social support for our students. So they'll meet for an hour a week with each peer mentor, our CSP students, and it's an opportunity to develop skills and comfort and socialize with an understanding and interested peer. Basically, they'll hang out, they'll go see a movie, they'll go get something to eat, they'll come to the center and play games. Those social opportunities, they may be hard to come by for neurodivergent students, but with the peer mentor program, we can make sure that there is the opportunity so that they can, thank you, that we can, where was I? Anyway, so ideally this will generate social connections through club attendance, events, something that can be generative, where students will contact more of a social network and develop their social network through that association with experienced college students. Okay, so we got our monthly social events. So these are held once a month, minimally, at our center. These are themed events usually. We just had a trivia night last night at our center. I'll have to see how many attended, but generally it's about 20 to 30 students and peer mentors will come by. And it's an opportunity for CSP to gather as a community. We can collaborate with other campus organizations during these social events. We've had Rutgers Dining come out. We've had the Animal Companion Animal Club kind of theme these events. And they're an important part of our CSP community, and our students really enjoy them. Okay, so again, you can see the differences between the tiers. The main difference is going to be that campus liaison service, where our coordinators will continually help our students throughout the weeks of the semester. And both Tier 1 and Tier 2 students are invited to our monthly social events. Okay, so that was a kind of a breakneck tour of the CSP. We'll have a question and answer panel a little bit later, or a session a little bit later, but first we want to get to our student panel. So thank you again, everybody, for what's about to happen. Just gotta grab my questions here. Everybody's mic's good. All right. What's your major last year?
So I'm a senior here, and my major is electrical and computer engineering.
Awesome. And Tommy, you were with CSP, how many semesters were you with us?
So I was with CSP for 4 semesters. That would be my freshman and sophomore year.
I had the pleasure of working with you for 2 of those semesters. And, I appreciate the time that you spent with us. And, it's sad to see you go, but CSP isn't necessarily meant to be a 4-year program. We'd like our students to gain that independence and to Josh, your major class here?
I am a communication major with a focus in technology, and I am minoring in sociology. And my class year is 2026, though I'll be walking in May of 2027.
You're a current CSP student?
Yes.
All right, and you are our go-to guy for any of these events?
Yes.
All right. And Raghav, major class year?
I'm Raghav. My major is computer engineering, and I'm class of 2025.
Raghav, we work together a lot, so you're one of my guys. And Cameron, all right, so your major class year? Oh, you're a
Hello. So I'm Cameron. I was in aerospace engineering here, and I have recently graduated. I'm currently in a master's program for aerospace engineering. When I was here, in undergraduate, I was in the college support program for the 3 years or so that I was there.
Cameron's also a member of our neurodiversity task force. All right. No, that's all right. All right, yep, I forgot we're streaming, so I got to be online here. Okay, so Tommy, I'm going to start with you. What are some of the misconceptions people may have about autism and autistic individuals? Have you ever felt a disadvantage because of those misconceptions? And if so, how?
Well, first of all, I wanted to get that out here because it's kind of obvious. Number one, vaccines do not cause autism. I have to get that out there. It's been one of the major misconceptions, and that was actually due to a fraudulent study that was for the purposes of a fraudulent lawsuit. So just to get out there, vaccines do not cause autism. But I would also say that one of the other big misconceptions would be that the majority of autistic kids out there are like low functioning, or they have some sort of special powers, or they're savants. I am more on the lines of high functioning. I don't have the symptoms of like what many autistic students have. So oftentimes, like people would say, "You don't really look autistic," and like, yeah, that's not because but we're a spectrum here. I can't have autism and look like a normal person, and sometimes that can create some doubt.
Awesome. Thanks for that answer. Very well thought of. Josh, same question for you.
So, as similar to what Tanvi was saying, I think one of the biggest misconceptions about autism is that people think those who are autistic cannot function normally in society, and that is flat out false, because autism is a spectrum after all, and there are many different levels of autism. So for me, I am a high-functioning autistic student, and there are people that have lower levels of autism, such as mild autism or nonverbal and severe autism. Some may have challenges. So when I'm talking about like how people can't function normally in society, that could stem from a lot of reasons, such as not being able to find a job, or not being able to like maintain a relationship and like excelling in a career. And I think this misconception comes from a lack of understanding about autism, because people may think all autistic individuals are labeled as odd, weird, or strange. So it really puts a negative impact on autistic individuals, and that's why some autistic individuals might not be comfortable sharing out their diagnosis to prevent judgment.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, no problem.
Raghav?
Yep, so I would say one of the misconceptions are on one end that all autistic individuals are low functioning or unable to communicate clearly. But on the other end, that many autistic individuals are savants and are extremely talented at a particular activity, as opposed to being somewhere in between, like most people are.
Thank you, Raghav. Cameron?
So personally, I think that one of the biggest misconceptions is the idea that autistic people don't feel emotion. I think that's a very big misconception, frankly, considering that it's not that people on the spectrum don't feel emotions, it's that they simply display them differently. I think it is. Quite frankly, it's more that they, more often than not, I have felt emotions far more intense than the average person, and there's definitely problems in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for sharing those very personal answers. And again, your perspective is so valuable here. What supports or accommodations do you feel are most important in helping you succeed as a neurodivergent college student? In other words, what specific help would you consider critical to your progress through Rutgers?
So I would say that my general accommodations through ODS have been the most helpful. Of course, accommodations can be different for everybody depending on what their symptoms are. But for me, having exam accommodations like extra time and a distraction-free environment have been the most helpful. Another type of accommodations that have been really helpful is housing accommodations. Every year they offer me the single room at Rutgers, so it's been really helpful. And actually, this year I was able to sign back on to my original apartment, so it was actually great not being able to expect what my apartment was because I lived there last year.
That's great. Josh?
I would say some of the most important supports that I've received, like in accommodations that have helped me throughout my time at Rutgers, would have to be accommodations to the ODS and academic coaching, as well as the peer mentoring program. So academic coaching for me has been really helpful because I am able to talk to a coach about any concerns I might be having, how I can improve my studying skills. Accommodations have been really useful and helpful for me. Just as Tanvi was saying, I also receive exam accommodations to get extra time on exams because while I may not be the best test taker, I feel like when you get extra time on the exams, it helps relieve the anxiety and it just makes you feel calm. And then most importantly, the peer mentor program. So I'm sure many of you know that there is an article on Rutgers today about me and my peer mentor, Alyssa Nielsen, which talks about the peer mentor program. And I would have to say that this peer mentor program has just been phenomenal and very valuable. And I don't really see my peer mentors as mentors, but rather more as friends that I hang out with on a weekly basis. And also, housing accommodations, how people are required to have a roommate, but me having a single, it's really useful and helps me have a space where I can relax and chill while still being able to interact with other people on my floor.
Thank you, Josh. And Raghav?
Yep, so I have two major accommodations. The first was extended duration allowed for exams. So I'm capable of doing well in exams. It just takes me a little longer to, process through things and complete questions. So the extended time has been super helpful. I also have the accommodation of extended due dates for assignments. For the same reason, it takes me a longer time to get done, but the final product is still more than adequate. And finally, although this isn't an accommodation per se, like the previous share, I also get a lot out of the peer mentors and meeting with them, and would say they've become my friends as well.
Thanks for that, Raghav. Cameron, what help has been most critical for you?
So for me personally, I've always struggled, I think, with time management. That's been a big issue for, I don't know, as long as I can remember. And for me, the biggest help from the college support program would have to be the coordinators. I was able to go in, it gives you a chance to go in once a week and speak to someone who's frankly a lot more organized than I am. And they'd say, okay, this is what you've done the last week, this is what you got to do this week, and you'd sort of map out your, what your schedule is in advance while looking over what you did previously, so you can, know where to improve or anything like that. So I'd say that the coordinators were the best, or the most useful part for me, frankly. Thank you.
Well, that's good to hear. All right, thank you, Cameron. Okay, let's start with Josh and mix it up a little bit. Josh, have you had any experiences with a professor or other university official when you felt as if they were not effectively accommodating your individual learning needs? And what advice could you give to university professors as to how they can make learning environments accessible for neurodivergent people?
So while I don't think I can recall a time where a professor did not accommodate my needs, like flat out accommodate my needs, I mean, I've had professors that I kind of didn't have a good relationship with, not saying like I didn't treat them as well, but like we weren't like as close. I felt sort of autonomous. But I think it's pretty unfortunate that there are professors that don't really care about the student, like per se. Like I would say that there are professors that don't care about accommodations. Like they just treat an autistic student as a normal person, and even if like the students have gone through the proper channels like the ODS or like disclosure letters, I feel like there's gonna be a professor that says like, oh, we don't do that. And I feel like it's important that universities like here at Rutgers enforce strict policies to provide resources and ensure that all students, whether they're autistic, have ADHD, or don't, or have one or the other, have the proper support to succeed in a class.
Thanks, Josh. Raghav, any advice for university professors?
Yeah, I would say that professors should really make an effort to understand the students and meet them where they're at. And understand that individuals seeking accommodations are just as capable as those that do not need them. And that each student may have differing needs based on their own difficulties and strengths.
Thanks, Raghav. Cameron?
So I can't say that I've had any major issues with professors
Good to
here.
hear.
They've, well, yeah, it steps back to that one statement you made. They do work really well with the college support program, as far as I've seen. I think my one thing to say to professors is just make sure that I think one of the issues I've had is in sometimes a professor will teach a class at their own pace. They'll write on the board, and it would help out a lot more to have more if they could maybe post those writings on to online onto Canvas or somewhere like that, as for a chance for people to review it. Sometimes sometimes it might go a bit quick for me, and I can't keep up with the notes sometimes, and so it's nice to have a chance to go over it again later at my own pace, I think.
Yeah, I found that same situation with many of the students that I work with, where learning when it's contained completely in the lecture environment, that may be somewhat limiting. A lot of our students, they learn, in the lecture environment, but really need those opportunities to go over the material outside of it as well. So professors that make their materials available on Canvas, many of our students really are able to take advantage of that and succeed. And many times some of the real barriers that I encounter when working with some of our students is when that material is limited just to the lecture, maybe a paper syllabus at the beginning of the semester, and that's basically it. So any professors that are posting their stuff on Canvas for students to review, keep doing that. Tanvi?
So I did have some weird experiences with professors who kind of wasn't willing to do it. I mean, actually, last semester, I one time had this professor who wasn't really willing to let me take my exam at ODS. He was like very insistent that I take it with him and like that he provided the extra time. It wasn't like terrible, but I would say it probably would have been better if I had taken it at ODS, and I probably should have reached out to one of the coordinators there to like get find out a better solution. But I think one of the other I would say this is a bit of a major problem when it comes to taking an exam ODS is that when there is like a bit of an exam correction during the exam, oftentimes they forget that students taking the exam someplace else, so they oftentimes they forget to tell us, and I really have to reach, and I find this out through other students. So I had to reach out to the professors, like, hey, I heard there's a mistake and I wasn't there to hear it, and they were like, and then there was one professor who told me I had to do it another way to get a correction. It was kind of annoying. So I would say my best advice to them is I know oftentimes I see that there's a TA helping them distribute the exam, so maybe have them if there's any corrections or mistakes, maybe have someone to keep contact with the proctors at ODS so that they can notify us for any mistakes or corrections.
Thank you, Tanvi. And yeah, the mechanics of applying the accommodations that our students are approved for can sometimes complicate things. It just kind of creates more moving parts, but still, they're very important. And, when our students take advantage of them, that's when we see a lot of success, is when our students are really into their accommodations and are, diligent in following them. Okay, so Tanvi, where do you feel you achieved the most growth since starting here at Rutgers? Can you talk about skills you've gained that have made you a better student, more prepared for a career, or more independent as a young adult in general?
So I would say the best decision I ever made when it came to going to Rutgers was living in a dorm, because there are advantages of living at home. You have a safe space, but living in a dorm kind of forced me to learn how to learn some skills, and I kind of had a plan where I applied it more gradually instead of forcefully. So my first year was simply just learning how to live away from my family. My second year was I had a bigger space. I had a private bathroom, so I had to learn how to maintain that space. My third year was where I learned how to live in an apartment, so cook my own food, maintain even a larger space with a living room, and actually have another roommate. And this year, I've started learning how to keep a car on campus because now I can travel independently. And of course, one of the other skills that I've learned at Rutgers is keeping up with a busy schedule. Engineering is you get a really full schedule, so and it's a lot. So being able to find the skills to being able to handle that and really master it has really helped me get through, and I can't wait to graduate.
All right, fantastic. Josh?
Okay, so I would say I have a lot of things to discuss, in general, about how I've made the most growth, but I think one of the best things that I've done was, as Tommy said, living in an on-campus dorm. So I live really close to campus, so I thought so close that I can commute to and from campus. However, when living in a dorm, it's so much like more fun, and you really get to be like, you get to really make friends, and you get to have that independence while still being close to home. And I feel like that has made me grown and has got me out of my comfort zone. Even if I'm living in a single room, I still have that independence. I still have the ability to build a social network with people on my floor. And also, I think one thing I've also learned is also what Tom B literally just said, keeping up with a busy schedule. It was hard at first to like manage all these deadlines and really like know how to study properly, but with academic coaching, peer mentor program, study sessions, all the other supports that the CSP has to offer, I would definitely say that I've seen myself grow from when I first started Rutgers.
Well, I'm glad the residence life experience has been so important to you and successful.
Yes.
So we should start wrapping up and maybe take a few questions from the audience.
Sure. Okay. Well, thank you, Chris. So let's move to Q&A then. Any questions from the audience? Yes. And these can be directed at me or students.
This is for the panel. I'm an instructional designer, so I help instructors with their Canvas sites. Can any of the panel maybe speak to problems you may have had with online courses that I should keep in mind when I'm helping instructors develop them?
From what I remember from online courses, especially during my freshman year, one advantage of that was that like we didn't have to speak out in class. It was really easy to just like type up a question, hey, this is I didn't really have to like speak out and do that. So of course keeping that option is there. That would be really nice.
Something that comes to mind for me is so you help with layouts for the Canvas sites? Mm-hmm. Okay. There's a varying degree of, I've noticed across all the professors I've had, there's a varying degree of where certain components of a class are kept. So like assignments, for some classes will have assignments under the assignments tab, some will have them under the files tab, some will have you defer to certain files in certain locations, and it does get a little difficult, jarring at times to have to navigate. I think it would be helpful to stress a sort of uniformity in how Canvas sites are structured, personally.
Yeah, definitely. I've worked with a lot of students, when they're first looking at their Canvas pages, and it can be a bit of an Easter egg hunt looking for that syllabus.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you all for this. This was wonderful. I just have a question about the service. Do you allow, or do you have any scholarships if students can't afford them or their families? Are there any ways that they can, mitigate costs?
Sure. So this year we've been included in the cost of attendance for financial aid. So students who are receiving loans can now include CSP among those loans to kind of defer the cost of it, and that's created some increased accessibility for families that we recognize that the price is high, and we are trying to mitigate that as much as possible. We also work with DVRS in New Jersey. Many of our students receive funding from the Division of Vocational Rehabilitative Services. And because college is on the career path, they consider that an eligible expense. So many of our students receive funding for the state for a college support program.
Yeah, and this continues to be our biggest pain point, right? And we hear from a lot of students and families that they inherently it doesn't feel right that they should have to pay for the opportunity to succeed. And just going back to the earlier presentation that Zach gave from an ODS perspective, like our society, this isn't just a Rutgers thing, right? Our society really hasn't caught up to a reconceptualization of what is a reasonable accommodation for neurodivergent people, right? Because at a college campus, if you don't have the ability to succeed, if you don't have the resources you need to ultimately pass that class and pass all your classes and get a degree, right? How is that accessible, right? And so for us too, when the CSP was founded 15 years ago, it was originally $5,000 a year, $2,500 a semester. That price went up 10 years ago in 2014 to $3,500 a semester, or $7,000. So it's been a decade since we've raised our price, and it's hard for us as the administrators of the program because that still doesn't give us the budget we need to actually provide the level of service we want to, but yet we recognize that from an individual and family perspective, that is still cost prohibitive, to say the least, to have to come up with that. So at the very least, the hard work that Ian and our team has done to get that included in the cost of attendance for the university hopefully should eliminate like the actual barrier of being able to have that opportunity to succeed. So we're out of time for this session, and we're going to transition to our next, but please join me in thanking our panelists and Ian Bober.
Thank you so much.
And so our next session is another panel. So it's going to be 2 to 3 minutes to set up, and then we're going to launch right into it. Thank you for your patience.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jim Maraventano. I am one of the division directors at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services. I oversee community-based programming at the RCAS, which encompasses the SCALE program and the Employment Network division, which I'm going to be speaking about today in a bit more detail. Thrilled to be here, honored to be asked to be a part of this really important event. I'd like to thank Dr. Christopher Menente for inviting me here and for giving me a job. It's a wonderful thing to be employed. So thus the transition to what we're talking about here. This will be a two-part conversation, as with the last talk. I'm very happy to have a panel of friends and colleagues here to speak to you guys a bit more about some of the successes, barriers, and paths forward to promoting and encouraging an inclusive workforce here on the Rutgers University campus and hopefully all over, not just within this microcosm of the world. So again, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate your attendance. So I'm going to start off first by talking about one of the newer initiatives at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services, which is our employment network. But before I dive into what that's all about, so I'm sure some of you are already really well aware of this, but I just wanted to highlight some of the barriers that individuals on the spectrum and other neurodivergent individuals face while trying to enter the workforce. You know, there's a lot of great things going on where with the college support program, as Ian was talking about, and all the great initiatives at the university to help neurodivergent students to succeed. But what happens after college, right? That's the big important thing that we really want to talk about too. Not that, you know, that's not important, but this is the next important step rather. So I just wanted to talk a bit about the fact that individuals who are neurodivergent typically have, you know, a lot less opportunities for employment. And while individuals are still in their formative school years where they are classified and receiving services through federal legislations, whether it be IDEA or No Child Left Behind, when these individuals age out of those educational entitlements, they lose a lot of the different resources and support services that have helped them to get through and to manage their academic responsibilities, preparing them for adulthood. This is colloquially referred to as a services cliff, where there's a significant lack of funding and resources for adults with developmental disabilities, which a couple colleagues of ours in my field of applied behavior analysis have referred to it as a national crisis, where there are so many individuals, neurodivergent individuals, aging out of their educational entitlements, and they're entering this world of adult services, which is pretty unprepared to support them and have them be contributing and meaningful members of the community. An interesting statistic that I saw from the National Autism Indicators Report, which is about 9 years old at this point, but still pretty close to what we're seeing right now. Approximately 26% of individuals that are neurodivergent, young adults, have not received any services whatsoever after high school. So they graduate and there's pretty much nothing there. So it seems like a barren landscape. I'm not trying to paint it that way because there's so much great happening here on campus, but what's happening here is not necessarily what we're seeing everywhere. Thus the importance of what's happening here with the neurodiversity program that we have here on campus and all the great initiatives that are happening on campus. Even more startling from the statistical perspective is the unemployment rates of neurodivergent individuals. Recent studies have indicated that upwards of 50 to 75% of people who are neurodivergent, they are not employed. They don't have work opportunities. And of those that are employed, they typically tend to work less hours. They get paid less. They switch jobs more frequently. And it just represents that this is a problem, that because of the individual's, you know, neurodivergence, it presents a real significant challenge for these individuals to find employment and contribute back to society in a meaningful way. A lot of the ways that many fields of education, psychology, human services evaluate outcomes for individuals is to think about different buckets of what adulthood encompasses, right? So there's the ability to live independently and take care of yourself. There's the ability to meet friends, build relationships. There's the ability to get a job and earn money, right? Employment is typically tied to everything because the ability to earn money facilitates your ability to live independently and do things for yourself. You get to meet people at work and you get to build those relationships, right? So as a result, the concern here is that if the school systems that we have are supposed to be preparing people for adulthood, you know, we're kind of seeing that based on some of these statistics, that something's not lining up, right? So we need to really start thinking about this critical issue that we as a society are facing, because here we have a workforce of neurodivergent individuals who can contribute in a very significant and meaningful way and address a lot of organizational issues. However, there seems to be some gap that's preventing that communication to occur, right? So when we're thinking about, you know, this obvious solution where there's this pool of applicants who are unemployed and can address all these issues, it's a transition for me to start talking about the initiative that we're taking here with our employment network at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services. So our employment network division is a new endeavor that Dr. Menente and I have pursued. It's a program that is through the Social Security Administration, where individuals who receive a Social Security or a Social Security disability benefit, and they're aged 18 to 64, who have had an issue or have been precluded from finding employment opportunities, qualify for the Ticket to Work program. So what is that? What is the Ticket program? The Ticket to Work program is an opportunity for individuals who receive these benefits to be paired with what's called employment networks. And employment networks essentially act as headhunters, where we leverage our employment partnerships to find work opportunities for individuals who receive these benefits, right? The main goal of the SSA's Ticket program is for any individual with a disability to work towards financial independence, right? But the thing about the Social Security Administration's Ticket program, which is limited and where there's a gap sort of in the evidence of its effectiveness, is with neurodivergent populations. So disability as a category is a very broad one, right? The guy who works for a landscaper and breaks his leg cutting down a tree, who qualifies for a Social Security disability benefit, can also be part of the Ticket to Work program. And there's a number of success stories for those individuals, right, where they're able to get back to work, they're able to start earning an income again. However, the main difference that is often seen is the unemployment rates are starkly different between the populations of neurodivergent individuals and those who are not neurodivergent, right? People attribute this to a number of different things, whether it be issues with communication or issues with the ability to understand what is available to them, right? Or the ability to have services to help them sort of focus and prioritize what will help them to become employed, right? So oftentimes, individuals on the spectrum or neurodivergent individuals, they can't even get past the interview portion of finding a job, right? So the initiative that we're taking on at the Rutgers Center for Adult Autism Services is to leverage those employment partnerships that we've been working on for many, many years now to provide work opportunities within inclusive environments in a compassionate community. Dr. Menente refers to Rutgers as a compassionate community often, and I've totally stolen it from you, and I use it everywhere I go, because it truly is a community that embraces neurodivergent individuals and embraces people for who they are and accepts them, and not looking to polarize or create, you know, a different option for those people. These are work options that we have where individuals are fully integrated in these community-based settings, working alongside neurotypical and other neurodivergent employees. So it's a wonderful model, but this has come with a lot of work, with a lot of meeting people through a lot of successes, some failures, and some issues that we've had to try to, you know, sort of forge new ways forward in understanding. But the amazing benefit of this is many people on the spectrum or that are neurodivergent communicate that they want to work. They want to find the opportunity to get out there and be in their community and contribute and earn a wage that makes them financially independent and not be, you know, dependent on benefits through Social Security. So what we do as an employment network is we're trying to fill that gap, where employment networks, our specialty as an employment network is finding work opportunities for neurodivergent individuals. So those students that are going through the college support program, bridging that gap to helping them find opportunities in the workforce. For those that have really high support needs, maybe, individuals who maybe aren't going to college, those that are maybe receiving benefits through the Department of Developmental Disabilities or through Medicaid, helping those individuals also to find work opportunities to the level of skills and independence that they prefer and that they could be successful with. So some of the things that we try to do is first determine, like, is work right for a person? We like to help them prepare for work, whether that be the development of their resume or writing of cover letters or just doing interest surveys to determine what their strengths are. We help them find a job and also to maintain success while working. I'll dive a little bit more into that. And as I said before, the eligibility is basically 18 to 64 and you qualify for a Social Security benefit, right? So it's a really interesting and unique way to go about it, because a traditional headhunter would find you a job, but you'd still be on your own for going through the interview, applying for the job, meeting with and knowing those unspoken social cues and those nuanced conversations that you have with people, which could be challenging for some neurodivergent individuals. So the hope is that our employment network initiative here is one that will help neurodivergent individuals to be paired with jobs on the Rutgers University and surrounding community, and also to help them to maintain that job and be successful throughout their time at that job. Oops, I'll get back to that in a sec. Sorry about that. So our employment network, basically, we receive referrals from individuals who hear about this, and I encourage you all, being here, that if you have someone in your life, or if you know of an organization or someone that is interested in finding work, that we get in touch. My email will be up there in a minute. But our goal is to hopefully expand upon our employment network, which we've been piloting for about the past year and a half. We currently have 6 beneficiaries, all with different support needs, all with different communication styles, and all with different interests. But we're really hoping to expand upon our employment network division here and provide a lot more opportunities for a number of different profiles of neurodivergent individuals, to be inclusive of Rutgers University graduates, college support program graduates, and others who maybe have just had a hard time finding work, or someone that that might have had a hard time finding work as a result of their neurodivergence. But we work with the individuals to sort of understand who they are. It's through the form of an intake where we get to learn about the individual, we learn about their skills, strengths, and their goals, and we help to develop an individualized workout plan to understand and communicate and bind us together in a formal way, where we're going to work together to achieve those long and short-term outcomes. And as a part of the employment network, which is different from other employment networks through the SSA, is we provide ongoing consultation for the direct support providers, if necessary, or to the individual themselves, to help them continue to grow in their employment opportunity. Oftentimes, our participants or our beneficiaries, I should say, in our employment network may also require a job coach or someone to help support them on the job to ensure their success, to maybe communicate if their communication style isn't one that's readily understood by others. So the job coaching agencies may be difficult for people to come across, especially people just entering this world of adult services. Our organization takes a step beyond what is expected of employment networks by providing referrals and references to agencies that we know and work with and we trust with, either you or the individual that you represent. Does it make sense so far? It's a small crew, so we could be informal here. You could shout out a question at any point if you have one. So just to talk through the process of what it looks like for, what it may be, and I can give resources to anybody. Like I said, my email will be up in a moment, which, I'll be happy to share any resources or information that you guys may be interested in. But the first step that we do is when we get a referral is to get to know the individual, to determine that, first of all, is work even right for you? One of the things that I always communicate to people is, when asking, is work right for you, it has to do with the idea that, are you ready to become financially independent? So the Social Security Administration has different tiers of income that individuals can make that starts to bring up the question of, are you ready to be financially independent or not? There's a trial work period where if an individual makes a certain amount of money, that's when their Social Security benefit starts to be garnished a bit. The idea being they're making some form of income, which negates the need for the full benefit. Right? So you're receiving a benefit, so you don't need the whole benefit because you're starting to supplement that income through actual work, through income, and through earnings that are declared through the SSA. And then there's considered a substantial gainful activity, which is a threshold of income that the Social Security Administration deems you are able to sustain yourself to some degree in financially speaking. So if an individual comes to us who has not had any work experience, is only interested in maybe having a couple hours of work a week to help grow their vocational interests and their profiles, the ticket program might not be right for you. because for us to take on a beneficiary, we want to ensure that that individual has a goal of financial independence, because as an employment network, that's how we realize and are able to continue to, do what we do through the services that we provide, right? But that being said, if a person's like, maybe I'm not there right now, but I could see myself in there a couple years, then we're game. That's great. We understand that, and one of the wonderful benefits of being a part of Rutgers University and having work opportunities that are inclusive within this university is that employers are very willing and able to be flexible with our employees, offer them opportunities to sample the work prior to trying it to make sure, and that's especially beneficial for maybe the person who can't communicate, I don't like this. This isn't for me. And maybe they're disdain for a job manifests in other ways, maybe behaviorally, right? Which can hurt their opportunities to get work in the future. So this is a great opportunity, and many of our employers here, Steve in particular, has been really wonderful at providing opportunities for our participants to engage in work, to learn the job, and then determine if that job is right for them. But if we determine that the work is for you, and this is something that you're hoping to do and is within your plan for yourself, that's when we move into a more formal evaluation of what types of work are you looking for, what work history have you had, what types of earnings you had. Again, we're working with the Social Security Administration here, so a lot of this is related to earnings, because from the Social Security Administration's benefit, getting these people to work and off of federal funds for benefits is a great benefit to them too, right? It demonstrates that there is a commitment from the Social Security Administration to help individuals with disabilities find work. After we do this and we go through our intake, we read through and ensure that the person is aligned with our missions and goals, and that we have opportunities that are appropriate for them. We're not just going to take a beneficiary if they're like, hey, I want to be a nuclear scientist and I don't have any nuclear scientist jobs yet. I'm not going to take on that beneficiary because I wouldn't want to stunt their ability to search for a job on their own. Not to say that we wouldn't eventually make those connections, but that might be a thing where we also own our limitations too in what we can provide. But that being said, if we do seem to align on those goals, we would develop this work plan where we will come up with a formal written agreement to understand what their goals are and basically bind us to those goals so that we as an employment network are obligated to meet their needs. And it's a living document that we can update, we can change, maybe like, hey, I got this job and I'm working in the dining services and I'm really not on it anymore, I want to look to something else. We can always make modifications and amend it. And then as I said before, we also provide follow-up where our base expectation through the Social Security Administration is just to check in once a month with beneficiaries to be like, hey, what are your earnings? How's it going? And that's it. We go beyond that. We bring in our clinical expertise as an organization that falls under the Graduate School of Applied and Professional Psychology. We practice applied behavior analysis where we utilize evidence-based practices to make decisions on how an individual can continue to progress and grow. We take that science into the workforce and provide recommendations to direct support professionals who are working with those individuals to help them continue to grow and, get their income to grow as well as a result of their continued growth. And we also, again, being that we have employment partnerships with a lot of people on Rutgers, we meet regularly with these employment partnerships partners as well to check in with them, to get a different perspective, to hear what they're saying, hear how we can work with these individuals to help them continue to be successful. Because our goal is to ensure not only that we find work for people, but that our participants are happy with it, our stakeholders are happy with it, and they're contributing in a meaningful way that's mutually agreed upon, right? So the Employment Network is a really cool thing, and like I said, we've been piloting this out for about 2 years now, and of the 6 beneficiaries we have really good employment rates, and we're really excited to continue to grow this. And I think that this is a great segue to introduce our panelists here today, who are going to speak a bit about their experiences working as a neurodivergent employee or hiring as a neurodivergent hirer. I guess that's the best way to say that. So we had 3 panelists. Unfortunately, Issa Fisher, she was unable to come today. So, but she's a manager at Pliables who recently hired some of our participants. But we are thrilled to have two people that I know for almost too long, I'd say. Right? We have Stephen Delina, who's the director of IP&O's Record Management Division, and we also have Zachary Stamborn, who is a postal clerk here with Mail Services at Rutgers University. I just wanted to give you guys an opportunity to just say hi to the people and maybe just give a quick background about your experience here, if you're okay with that, and maybe Zach, we'll start with you. I was going to help, but Nirmal came.
You guys hear me?
There he is.
Yeah. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Hello, everyone. My name is Zachary Sanborn. As just Jim said, I'm affiliated with IPO Mail Services as a postal clerk. I've been affiliated with both Rutgers and the RCAS for 7 years, and I think it's been a great and incredible honor. How I was able to join IPO Mail Services through Rutgers' skill program, which is just incredible, and I think through my experience, I've been able to grow both professionally and socially, and then becoming a member of the Neurodiverse Task Force, in which I feel like it's an incredible honor in which terms of being a advocate for those that are neurodivergent here in the Rutgers community, and ways we can come up with ways in which we can help them.
Hello, everyone. I am Steve Delina. As Jim introduced, I'm Director for Records Management, IP&O, Business Services. So I've been here 30 years. I spent 18 of those years in Alexander Library, and then I came under the auspices of the time it was called APS, Administration Public Safety, now IPO. I oversee the records management and the shredding for the university. It's a business service that's provided for the entire university, the entire state. So I just want to talk about a little bit about why I happen to be sitting here on this very esteemed panel, and it truly is an honor. There's so many dynamics that bring us here at this particular moment. And I hope the story that I'm going to tell will influence you, influence others, to promote and to grow. So when we started the shredding program here at Rutgers University, it was incumbent upon me as the director to go and look at what other institutions have shredding, academic institutions, but also businesses. And one of the businesses I went to go visit was a shredding company in the Bronx, and it was called Shreddability. Now, I was there only to look at their shredder, but as you can tell by the name, they're putting together disabilities and shredding. And when I walked in, they had neurodiverse people working there. Now, again, I was there for the shredder, not to look at the people, but something stuck with me, right? It was an awareness of, wow, they're doing something interesting here. So that just kind of got stuck in the back of my head. And then subsequently, we rolled out the shredding service for the entire university, and I was approached by someone from the administration of IPO at the time that there's going to be a working relationship potentially with this Rutgers Center for Adult Autism. And I thought of that, and I thought about what I saw, and I thought about the service we were providing. And to me, it was immediately a yes. This is something we can do. And that relationship started about 9 years ago. Where we brought in somebody as a volunteer, and again, Jimmy touched upon this, about just kind of making sure it's the right situation for both parties. And then all of a sudden, it was like it worked out perfectly. And again, I'm providing that service to the university, but again, I'm so lucky to work in a university that has an awareness and is a beloved community, and it has that understanding where now all of these dynamics where I would never have thought of would have happened. And it's an honor for me to be part of that, and I look very much forward to continuing our relationship. We've built upon that. Not only do I have a part-timer, I also have 2 volunteers that come in as well. But again, it's so important to have that relationship, to have that awareness, to have that vision. And when you have that beautiful university, you have that beautiful mind working together for the end result of providing that business services, providing jobs for the neurodivergent. This is why I happen to be sitting here, and it is an honor, truly.
Thank you, Zach and Steve. I really appreciate those intros there. As you can tell, they're both really difficult to work with. All right, so I'm just going to jump into a couple questions here, and we can just, like I said, go back and forth too. So the first question I have is just related to, as either a neurodivergent employee or as a hirer of individuals who are neurodivergent, what have you found to be the most rewarding aspects of this type of arrangement, being employed by or hiring individuals that are neurodivergent? And Zach, let's start with you if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so going back to what I said a moment ago, sort of getting ahead of myself is just, I think just becoming the best person that I can, like the best version of myself. And I think over the 7 years I've been able to do so, in which, be able to become, grow both professionally and personally, in terms of professionally, working alongside my coworkers, in which I've been able to improve like better and better in terms of adapting to the work environment. And in terms of personally, just in terms of both in Rutgers and outside of Rutgers, engage in social interactions with whoever it is, coworkers or whatever, in which I'm able to cooperate with them and in which we can succeed. And also as well is, I think what's really key is just acceptance, in which I'm able to accept my Asperger's syndrome, in which back when I was diagnosed maybe around my teenage years and like maybe around my college time, like it was difficult for me to accept, because thinking that I'm just, somewhat different. But now today I just consider myself in a good way really unique. And as I've informed some of my coworkers in the past about my Asperger's syndrome, in which they didn't treat me any different, they treated me just like them, and they were accepting as well, and shows how great this community is and inclusive environment Rutgers is.
Thanks, Zach.
Rewarding aspect, wow. Okay, so I'm going to wear two hats in replying to that. Obviously, as the director of the department, I would have to say dedicated workers. I cannot implore enough the dedicated aspect of my current workers. Never an issue in regards to the product, the end product, to see the job get done, and the dedication for it. As a side story, when the one young man comes in, I'll give him a, hey, how you doing? And, I'll get the quick handshake, and he just rushes past me so he can get to his job. Now, one might take a little offense to that because I'm a friendly type of guy, but I know what he wants to do. So the dedication is so rewarding on that business end of things. On the personal side, I like to have my work environment to be a family, welcoming work environment where you want to come into work every day, and having not only the young people to come in to work, but I also have the benefit of their the workers, the support staff. Working for Rutgers for 30 years, you get to meet a lot of people, you get to meet a lot of departments, and to have the support staff with the worker has brought just a new level of awareness to me, and I know that that they're in good hands. So that has just been just a tremendous reward for myself as a director and a member of the Rutgers community.
Thanks, Steve, so much. All right, we talked about the good. Let's be honest here. It's not always all good, right? Sometimes things are difficult. Sometimes we have to work through issues and challenges. So I was hopeful that maybe you could speak to some of the challenges that you have encountered, either as a neurodivergent employee or as a hirer of neurodivergent individuals. And maybe, Steve, we could start with you on this one, okay?
Sure. Yeah, listen, I'm a realist as well. I wish everything was sunshine, rainbows every day, but this is life, and we all sometimes come into work in a mood. We all do. So 2 challenges. One, sometimes I can't read the mood. sometimes because they're not vocal to tell me, hey, geez, I was up all night watching the Giants lose a football game and I'm angry today. Or hey, I woke up just not feeling so good.
Well, the Giants won yesterday.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. So there are sometimes issues myself being able to read your staff. So that's an issue where I will have to rely on the job support person at that particular time to tell me, had a rough night. We're going to see how things go today. So that might be a challenge. There are also challenges where one of the workers might be a little loud. Some of them are not verbal, so they'll make noises. So I also have other employees as well where it might be a little unnerving sometimes. When you hear a noise or a groan or a grunt, your automatic, response is something might be wrong, but you get used to it. And there are times where I will take pause just to make sure, but then you just go on. It's the job. It's the environment that we have. Just like if I'm on the phone and I might say, an expletive on where like I just get off of a phone, it's the same thing. It's just an emotion, just something to say. You take pause, you're okay, and then you continue with your job. It's a beautiful thing. And at this point, it's natural. This is the job. This is what we do. So while it might not be good, you adapt, you learn, you understand. That is a proper work environment no matter what. So those are some of my musings.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that perspective as the employer. So Zach, as an employee, maybe you could speak to some of the challenges you've encountered.
Absolutely. All right. Probably today, maybe right around when I started mail service, I think by far is time management and interacting with either like a person, like a student, like faculty member, or a mail vendor if they have some sort of like question, like regarding like maybe where a package is, or maybe like directions to something, or how to do this or how to do that. In terms of time management, like around this time of the year at mail services, like the start of the fall semester is absolutely hectic. First day of the semester, my boss sent an email, or my boss's boss sent an email saying like got about 2,800 pieces of mail on the first day, as I work at like the main headquarters building over like around the Cook Douglas campus. And in terms of like maybe sometimes have concerns in which I can be able to keep up with my colleagues, or we have student workers there too. This can be a very fast-paced environment, and just sometimes I talking to myself like will I be able to keep up with them, or just be able to get my daily assignment done. But other than that, just in terms of that, teamwork is very important, which as well as communication. But sometimes it might have a little difficulty in terms of auditory learning or auditory situation where if someone's telling me to do something, just have it solely by listening. I might, maybe get like a little bit confused, but just simply just ask them if they can repeat it, or just present some sort of way to help me with that sort of question or whatever. It's just be able to get through it. But yeah, we can sometimes have good days and bad days, but overall we can triumph.
Thanks so much. And I really appreciate the perspectives of, the different, needs of each individual here, where Steve, you have some individuals in your team that probably have maybe greater support needs, and maybe the behavioral, the way that some of these, some of the vocalizations that you hear or the other things, it's Zach, you have the ability maybe better so to like say like, hey, this is how I'm feeling right now, versus someone that doesn't. So it's interesting for me to hear the spectrum of those concerns that you guys have. So this led me to thinking about the idea of accommodations. And understanding that there's no universal approach to accommodation right here, right? Every individual is an individual. But from your perspectives, what accommodations have you felt have been most impactful at promoting success and the growth of the individual and or your workplaces? And maybe Zach, we could start with you this time.
Thank you. sort of going back to what I was saying a moment ago in terms of like when like learning something new or like instructions, you know, like if I were to solely listen, I would pretty much not get there or repeat pretty much there all day with my coworker. So in terms of me accommodations, I'd say one of the top ones is just my type of learning style, in which if I'm like going for training or like having a certain task, like I'm a big like visual learner and somewhat a tactile learner. So if I'm learning something new, like I would definitely need like visual information in front of me, so that way I can be able to learn instantly. As well as what's really nice is whenever we have a new hire or like someone's trying to learn something new, our manager like has one of our fellow coworkers train them, like, and sort of be with them for like a couple of days, in which to make sure they absolutely know, in which they can be very cooperative, and that really helps me like excel. But yeah, like primarily there's like mail services like tactile in terms of whether it's you know, like sorting mail, maybe like processing stuff on the computer, or maybe delivering, you know, just having sort of like in terms of a training partner, like, or I guess you could say like a job coach in a way, in which they will be able to help me, in which I'm able to do just as well as my coworkers, and it's just incredible.
Make no mistake, communication is the key. And you want to provide success as well. And this is partly, there's a challenge to this as well. And for me internally, emotionally speaking, is I want everyone on my team of workers to be successful, to feel good at what they do. But again, it's all about communication. Dealing with somebody whose communication skills are not honed to the point where, you know, I might be giving them or something that might be menial is difficult. This is where I need to rely on the jobs workers, the staff to help me in communicating. Hey, listen, that's a little too much. Let's bring it down a notch. But conversely, hey, let's amp it up a little bit and let's get some other jobs available. For me, again, it doesn't make a difference. It's a team effort, and I want success at the end of the day, but I also want that team member, the worker, to also be able to learn and grow. And for me, it's all about communication.
Thank you both so much. All right, we have a few minutes left here, so let's get to the next question here. What do you feel the most important information, you would impress upon families, educators, job coaches, any other stakeholders for how to create successful work opportunities for neurodivergent individuals? And Steve, if you don't mind taking this one first.
To me, it's about awareness and relationships. I'm lucky I work at Rutgers, and I am very lucky that I have that relationship, and there was awareness of the opportunity to bring in a neurodiverse worker, and it's something that has worked. So it's the success stories, but it's also those stories of potential setbacks that bring us here. So having the summit, making it not only the community, the Rutgers community, but the community as a whole, and I'm talking about Middlesex County, New Jersey, that there should be and there are opportunities to bring this together for workers, for businesses, for staff members, and that it's all about that relationship and awareness. It's something I'm very, very happy to be proud of. And just one final thought on this is, I don't want to be thanked anymore for doing this. It's always nice to be thanked, but it should be, this is what we do. This is why we're here. And thanks are good, but it shouldn't be somebody's job to say, thank you so much for doing this, because it's got to be natural, and that's what I want to be part of.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree. Like, I think the very first step, or like the most important thing in terms of opportunity, is awareness, and I think education as well. You know, like being an employee, taking like the courses, like mandatory courses, like HR, you know, like discrimination, like the Title IX courses like that. I think what'd be really good is like if there's like a section in talking about neurodiversity, in which like, you know, by taking the training course and like keep making employees that are not neurodivergent aware of like the kind of what neurodiversity is, they could like receive some sort of certificate and like be good to hold on to, so they know maybe what to do in a certain situation for anyone that's either autistic or ADHD, in which they would be able to work well together. And I think when it comes to being neurodiverse, we have to make sure whoever the neurodivergent employee is, like, let them know, make them feel as comfortable as possible, and let them know that, you know, like, you're not alone. You're like, you know, you're just like everyone else, like a vital member of the team. And which, you know, like sometimes I think like when, you know, like everyone's job is different at Rutgers in terms of like maybe at the time of the year, like where it's like very slow, while like another job, it could be like really fast paced. And like, for example, my job at mail services during the summertime when the kids are out of school, so like work is incredibly slow. It's a ghost town. So I mean, like for something that we could give an opportunity for a neurodivergent person, if like the fellow coworkers know like that this person is neurodivergent, maybe taking advantage of that slow day and maybe just attempt to get to know that person if they're willing to do that, in which like they could socially connect with their employees better, in which just like another way for them to excel and feel like maybe like make feel the make the environment more comfortable for them, in which they can reach their full potential and just, you know, be able to do well.
Thank you both. Oh, sorry, I thanked you, Steve. Last question here, and this may be getting a bit redundant at this point, but I just, you know, if there was a way you guys could think about, you know, how we feel that like we as not just, you know, as employers, but just as a community, how could we like continue to collectively advance opportunities for neurodivergent employees to help realize not only successful outcomes for the individual, but successful outcomes from an organizational perspective? And maybe Zach, we could start with you this time.
I think in terms of like advancing opportunities for that, speaking maybe from the employee's perspective, like maybe for what management could possibly do in order to advance is when they get to know like that neurodivergent employee, like maybe very important to like play to that employee's strengths, in which once they know what their skills are and what the job is, by playing to their strengths, like in which they, just as they said a moment ago, they can reach their full potential, and by doing so, they can maybe like have insights to like a certain like problem that maybe some other employees like of that workspace may not know the answer to, or in terms of employee strengths, like whether it's critical thinking, creative, or whatever that is. By doing so, like they can, I think, entirely surprise their coworkers and stuff like that, and maybe come up with like ideas in which that they can implement and make that whatever the job position is even better than before.
I still think back to that day when the gentleman from the IP&O administration came into my office and said, listen, we're interested in a partnership. And I was lucky to have exposure as a young adult, working in my town with buddy ball, special needs programs. And that exposure, for me to learn, understand a little bit about neurodiversity, helped me seeing the workers at that shredding company, again, just stuck in my head. So I just think it's exposure is that opportunity. And I'm going to harp on, again, awareness and relationships. So, you know, that's the crux of it, for sure.
So those are our questions for the panel. If everybody could please join me in thanking Steve and Zach for their time and their extremely valuable input. Again, two examples of just the amazing opportunities that Rutgers University has to offer and the strength and value of relationships, communication, and opportunity. So thank you both again, and thank you, Dr. Menente, for the opportunity.
Really excited to introduce our final speakers who are going to tell you all about a collaboration between the Graduate School of Applied Professional Psychology and DOCS, the Division of Continuing Studies, and in particular, Makerspace. So for those of you that don't know about Makerspace, this is basically a really exciting way of incorporating STEAM and STEM into education. And just like many other spaces, there hasn't been a whole lot of work done to make maker spaces accessible for autistic and other neurodivergent people. So it is my pleasure to introduce Chantel Taluba and Skip Carter. I'll leave it to them to give more detailed introductions and why they're interested in doing this and how they came to this work. But please join me in welcoming them.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here today. I'm Chantel Taluba, a current doctorate student in GAZAP's School Psychology Sci-D program. Principal investigators David Chernoff and Christopher Menente have given me the wonderful opportunity to be a part of this project, making for success a behavior analytic approach to teaching makerspace activities to adults with autism spectrum disorder. Today, I will be presenting the findings from our first iteration, which is followed by the pilot study conducted last year. Before beginning, I also would like to take a moment to thank all the other members of the research team for helping make this study possible, contributing to its evolvement, and being very responsive to my many, many questions that have come up. So to get us all oriented, I'll begin with just some background information to help us understand the purpose of this study. Individuals with autism exhibit various skill deficits and impairments in function. Due to these impairments and skill deficits, they typically have fewer opportunities to engage in community-based activities and social interactions. As a result, they often are less independent than their potential allows, especially in adulthood. They require additional supports to increase their adaptive, vocational, and leisure skills. We know that these skills are essential to teach, but there is limited research on how to effectively do so. Increasing adaptive and vocational skill levels in individuals with autism can promote more meaningful social interactions between peers and other community members, enhance vocational and job opportunities, increase independence across various tasks, and amplify engagement with new activities. And while knowing these benefits is one thing, teaching them is another. Research has found and continues to find that applied behavior analysis, ABA, is an effective strategy to teach these types of skills. However, there is a gap in how to use these approaches in uncontrolled community-based environments such as makerspace. So why makerspace? This environment allows for a variety of beneficial opportunities in adults with autism. This was found by the pilot study. It promotes vocational skills and job opportunities. The different tasks that are offered at a makerspace can be adapted to the learner's needs, making it a great environment for new experiences for them to gain beneficial skills. Further, ABA can be implemented in this type of environment to effectively teach the new skills and increase independence. To our knowledge, there is no published literature on inclusive, maker-centered training programs for adults with autism. Therefore, our research question is, can ABA-informed teaching strategies effectively teach vocational skills to adults with autism spectrum disorder in uncontrolled, community-based settings, such as makerspaces, to promote independence? Starting with our methods, we had 4 male participants in our study with ages between 27 and 47 years old. All 4 of these participants had little to no experience in the makerspace setting or use of their equipment. They came twice a week for 2 hours over the course of 9 weeks, with 1 participant coming for an additional 2 hours once a week for 4 more weeks to finish up their tasks. Our primary dependent variable is % of independence on tasks. During teaching, we also tracked the teaching prompt level and progression through the prompt fading procedures. Our study began with a non-concurrent multiple baseline design across participants. They began with the mat cutting single picture frame task. Once they demonstrated 100% independence across 2 opportunities on that task, they then moved to the next stage of the study, which was a non-concurrent multiple baseline design across activities. The activities in this part of the study included fiber laser dog tag engraving, CO2 laser wood engraving, and 3D printing. We had 4 conditions within the study as well. Our first condition was baseline, which is a pure baseline in the absence of any other intervention. Our second condition was baseline with activity schedule, which involved our participants receiving a vertical activity schedule in the absence of any teaching intervention. Some of our participants were able to meet the skill acquisition criteria in this condition and did not need to go into any teaching. They then either moved on to the next task or maintenance for that specific task. Here's an example of one of our activity schedules. This one in particular was for 3D printing, and they can be anywhere between 22 and 26 steps depending on the task that they were working on. Our third condition was post-teaching. So if 100% independence across 2 opportunities was not met within those first 2 conditions, they then received teaching sessions. Once they successfully moved through the prompt fading procedure of teaching, we then conducted post-teaching probes. And then our last condition was maintenance. So following 4 to 7 weeks from the last time a specific task was run with a participant, they came back for us to assess if they maintained that independence over time. For those who received teaching, due to not meeting that skill acquisition within those first 2 conditions, they learned with a total task principle with physical response prompts. Those response prompts included full physical, minimal physical at the wrist, partial physical, and independent. There was also a time delay echoic prompt for any steps that required a verbal response. For example, we would have our participants go to a makerspace staff member and ask them to complete a step that they did not complete themselves due to safety concerns, such as checking the blade on the mat cutting machine. One participant also had a verbal response embedded with the physical. Before teaching, each participant on each task also was given a prompt level assessment to ensure that the least intrusive yet most effective prompt was used. Some of our participants also required minor adjustments to their teaching procedures to acknowledge their individual strengths and challenges. Research supports the need to individualize ABA principles to promote success in each individual learner. For example, we read the instructions of the activity schedule to one of the participants who had limited reading skills. And we also taught some individual skills in pre-session teaching opportunities. This would be when we would give them a reminder to take off the icons after completing each one on the activity schedule, or a quick model on how to use the machine by clicking the button slowly to help them remember that they can't click it too fast. The pre-session teaching opportunities were a quick reminder for those less familiar steps to promote their ability to become independent on the task. For data collection, inter-observer agreement was collected 64% of the time in the 4 conditions and teaching. The average IOA was 99.25%, ranging between 87.5% and 100%. Procedural integrity was also conducted 35% of the time within the 4 conditions and teaching. The average was 96.4%, ranging between 83.3% and 100%. Integrity was consistently 100% within the 4 conditions of the study, and the teaching average was 93.52%. Each participant began with the mat cutting task. As you can see, Sam on the top graph did meet skill acquisition criteria in the baseline with activity schedule condition, meaning he did not receive any teaching. Jake and Connor received teaching and then met criteria in the post-teaching condition. Teaching was discontinued for Andre after an error analysis was completed, which will be shown a little bit later on. Sam and Jake, on their maintenance check, demonstrated 100% independence was maintained, and Connor demonstrated 92% of independence was maintained. And for those who did require teaching, this is the graph of their teaching procedure. Jake and Connor were prompted with physical and time delay echoic prompts. Andre was prompted with the physical, verbal, and time delay echoic prompts. Andre also met remediation 4 times before teaching was discontinued. This is a heat map visual of the error analysis conducted for Andre. The heat map allows for a visual representation of the error patterns that took place within sessions. The y-axis represents the individual steps on the activity schedule, and the x-axis represented the teaching prompt that was currently active. Each prompt level was completed on 2 opportunities before either prompt fading criteria was met, where a less intrusive prompt was introduced, or remediation was met, where a more intrusive prompt was reintroduced. The darker a block is, the more errors on that step took place. The white blocks indicate that no errors took place. The left side of the map has errors that involved both step execution errors as well as usage of the activity schedule errors, so not removing the icon once that step was complete. We wanted to take a deeper dive into better understanding where these challenges were for Andre, and so the right side of this graph is only errors on skill execution and did not involve anything with the activity schedule itself. The steps 5 through 15 were all steps that had to be completed on a computer. The map shows that most of Andre's errors that had to do with step execution were those completed on the computer. This is suggesting that he lacked the prerequisite skills on the computer to successfully complete the task independently. We decided to discontinue teaching with him after seeing this until a new approach could be used to better promote the computer skills. And here are the graphs for the multiple baseline design across activities. The first condition shown for all the participants is baseline, so the absence of any interventions. All 3 participants performed at or near 0% in this condition. Then the second condition, baseline with activity schedule, is shown. Before fiber laser, so the top 3, was conducted, we pre-taught our participants how to use the pilot light on the machine, as this was an unfamiliar skill to them. 2 out of 3 participants met skill acquisition criteria for this task within this condition. Before beginning CO2 laser wood engraving, we pre-taught them to click the buttons on the machine slowly to ensure that the machine was able to pick up each click. 1 participant was able to meet skill acquisition criteria in this condition. And lastly, 3D printing, 2 of our participants were able to meet skill acquisition criteria in this second condition. For those who did not meet the skill acquisition criteria yet, they then began receiving teaching sessions. Once they successfully moved through those prompt fading procedures, we then conducted those post-teaching probes. By this third condition, all 3 of these participants in all 3 tasks demonstrated 100% independence across 2 opportunities. And the 4th condition, maintenance, was then implemented following 4 to 7 weeks from the last time that task was run. Not all maintenance checks are completed yet, but will be in the near future. For fiber, 1 participant demonstrated they maintained 100% independence on the task, and another participant demonstrated 77% independence maintained. Jake also completed his maintenance for CO2 laser and 3D printing, demonstrating 96% maintained independence for CO2 laser and 100% independence for 3D printing. Overall, our participants demonstrated high levels of independence maintained over time. And so our results support the use of activity schedules and ABA teaching principles to teach adults with autism new leisure, adaptive, and vocational skills and increase their independence within the makerspace setting. And while these results are promising, the study revealed the importance of individualizing any adjustments to the behavior analytic approaches used to ensure that their strengths and challenges were integrated within the approaches used with them. And for future directions, we are hopeful that new iterations would be able to utilize more and less intrusive interventions based on individual learners' needs. Different learners require different levels of support, and that should be honored when developing their procedures. We also hope to offer more advanced tasks for those who have successfully completed the introductory tasks based on socially valid preferences. We would also hope to see that required skills to complete the task analysis could be pre-assessed before beginning, so having a better idea on how to teach those, how to adjust those teaching procedures for those who need more help on the computer or who need more correspondence skills. Also, increasing social opportunities, as the pilot study highlighted as important. We hope to incorporate those social aspects with the strategic teaching approaches used in this iteration to better serve those by incorporating both skills in the next iteration. And we hope to incorporate more participants with a wide range of supports needs to show that we can help individuals from more or less support needs within this type of setting. Some notable limitations of our study did include some equipment malfunctions that took place within the setting. At times, the equipment would have a malfunction while we were running session, which would require us to terminate that session. There would also be times when we would come from the next day and the settings on the machines would change, which would require us to make very quick adjustments to help our learners be able to successfully get through those task analyses still. We hope that future studies could look at if these machines have any default settings that could be easily set so we can ensure that there's no variability on the machines between the sessions on different days. And also, generalizing skills is a common challenge for individuals with autism, and being in such an uncontrolled community-based environment, these skills were sometimes required, and at times they worked and at times they didn't. And so just to conclude with some main takeaways of our study, I am happy to say that our participants demonstrated great progression through the makerspace tasks. The use of ABA-informed teaching strategies did effectively teach vocational skills to adults with autism in the makerspace setting. The percent of independence on task increased for all individuals on all tasks in which they were actively engaged in. And lastly, depending on the needs of each participant, clinicians may need to consider individualizing instruction, as we did in this study, when teaching adults with autism in a makerspace setting. Please feel free to reach out with any questions, and I am happy to turn it over to Skip.
While I'm signing up here, next year I'm graduating or seeing 40 years at Rutgers University after getting a degree at Rutgers. And my friends, engineering friends, always said, you know, when are you going to get a real job? And my family thinks I work in a playground. But seeing, you know, Chantel's work and the creations of the several thousand university students who visit us, it's truly rewarding. So, all right, since I'm the last presentation of the day, we're going to cruise through some pictures and tell you a little bit about the makerspace. So if the camera guys can zoom right in on the picture and cut out the old guy, all of you too will thank you. So we are the Rutgers Makerspace. We have a whole team of very talented employees that are there to help you create anything that you'd like. We have several pieces of equipment. What is a makerspace? Another name is hackerspace or Fab Lab or Idea Center or so. They all essentially mean the same thing. It's a place where anybody come and create or make just about anything. So we are here to help you. We will not do your project for you, but we will do everything possible to make sure the machines are running and to teach you how to use the materials, suggest how to use the machine, and try to make your project as easy as possible. Since Rutgers is so diverse in every which way, including academically, we try to create a makerspace that is attractive to both STEM and non-STEM people. So we put the same priority for a button maker as we do for a CNC machine. So we support academic projects throughout the university in connection with classes. We are open for students to just come and do it for self-enrichment or to learn a new hobby. Entrepreneurship, we fully support. We also have the only co-working place in Rutgers University where outside startups can come and create things and especially using a voucher system through the state of New Jersey. And we also do several other things like summer youth camps and all sorts of good stuff. Our hours are Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. to 9 during the semester, and during summer and winter breaks, Monday through Friday, 12 to 5. We offer training, like I mentioned, in all the equipment. Some training requires that, you know, some safety things go through, and in that case, your Rutgers ID will activate the machine. We have, and you'll see some pictures coming up, wood shop, 3D printing, laser cutting, textiles, electronics, CNC. This is a picture of our wood shop, and you can see all the great equipment. And students make all sorts of things, from cutting boards to racing simulators here in the wood shop. Our 3D printing, we do about 7,000 3D prints a year in just about any different kind of thing that you can think of. Laser cutters was also used in this project. Picture framing was also used in this. Chantel spoke about the picture framing projects. Various graphics machines. More graphics machines, poster printers, and things of that nature. Our textiles area with a wide assortment of sewing machines, embroidery machines, leather working. Electronics. Sublimation printing, which is a mechanism where pretty much any kind of graphic or picture can be printed out on a special printer with special ink and then heat pressed onto a large variety of projects, from anything from license plates to placemats, jigsaw puzzles, etc. We have what's called a maker store, where you can come in and you can buy various blanks to engrave or sublimate, or shirts to embroider and things of that nature. A lot of students actually do all of their Christmas shopping in our makerspace. We try to keep prices low and have a policy where if the machines mess it up, you mess it up, or anything, we will replace it free of charge. A lot of student organizations use the makerspace. Here's an example of RU Airborne, which is an airplane type student organization, and another student organization that makes model rockets. Another student organization that uses our facilities in addition to their own to help make the body panels of the Rutgers Formula Racing car. We support several classes that are actively engaged with the makerspace, and they actually hold many classes within the makerspace. Both Mason Gross and School of Engineering have classes in 3D printing, otherwise known as additive manufacturing. Top left is about an 8-foot long bench that a student made for an elementary school to get kids comfortable in using a ruler. Bottom is landscape architecture, which is part of SEBS, does a lot of projects in our makerspace. Another SEBS project. Spoiler alert, some things in the Geology Museum are reproductions. So we do things like help them make some 3D printed skulls and other various items. This is a very cool project. Some surgeons at RWJ figured out a way to take MRI data and convert it to 3D print data. And some patients have atypical size aortas. In that case, they will send us a print request where we print out a full-size model in a medical type resin, flexible and transparent. And that goes into the operating room so that so that surgeons can prepare the stent to the model rather than having the patient open up and then having to do it. So it really saves time that the patient is under surgery and makes it easier to customize that stent. This is an example of a Mason Gross student. It's a serpent-type musical instrument. The picture on the left with the yellow, it was 3D printed to model the actual item that was, I think, was done long ago in a bent bamboo tube. And the top is a picture of all the different elements that were 3D printed to assemble. Places like EMS uses our facility to print embroidered patches for the uniforms. They've also printed things like models of noses to help train administration of Narcan. As I mentioned, we are a co-working facility. So this gentleman is one of our several entrepreneurs that are actually based at the Makerspace, funded by grants from the New Jersey Economic Development Association. This individual developed sensors to let maintenance people know when to replace air filters in commercial environments. And he was actually just recently awarded a Small Business Innovation Award for the state of New Jersey. This student found some pieces of a gaming chair in the trash, from what I understand, and decided to actually fabricate a race car simulator for his dorm room. Must be a very popular student now. Guitars are very popular. This is a picture of the blue one. Was actually the body was 3D printed, along with a neck printed in our wood shop, or carved out of the wood shop using a CNC machine. So guitars are very popular, and it's just one example where if a student comes in and learns 3D design and CNC machining to make a guitar, the point is they learn 3D design and machining. So with that, any questions? Either of us will be happy to help you out. We will be offering a tour. If you are interested, we can just stick around here for a few minutes and then we can walk over. We're right down the street and give you a tour. If you don't have time today, just stop by any of our open hours, 1 to 9. Ask the person at the front desk to give you a tour and we'll be happy to do so. So thank you.
How much does it cost?
It is free for all Rutgers faculty, staff, and students. Can't beat that.
Except for materials, right?
Do you host events like staff retreats where I can bring my whole staff to learn about the makerspace?
Make things with sublimation or the laser, and all we charge is whatever's cost of materials.
Is it like an all day? Like what's the minimum amount
It's
of time?
up to you. I mean, we've had retreats where they just come in, do a short meeting or lunch or something, and then spend a couple hours on projects, or they'll spend an all day there and combine it with a normal business meeting. We wish we could. We're trying to work on a larger space. At the moment, we have Rutgers Alumni Night. That's once a month. We hope to expand it. The information is available on the Rutgers Alumni Association's website on when every time it's scheduled, usually on a Friday evening, and the projects change from time to time. They set it up, and then it's just you just come in. I think the Alumni Association also sells pizza for that night.
So, Chantel and Christopher, and I know this is sort of the second iteration of the study that we've done, and then moving into fall and spring, I think we're gearing up for even another iteration where there will be programming during the day and night. Are there things that stand out to you in terms of like unanswered questions where you'd like to see us focus? Emerging questions or things. You alluded to some things I think that that could be done better, but I'm just sort of curious as to where we go from there.
Yeah, so there's, Dave, as you know, there's like a complete absence of opportunities for neurodivergent people to engage in both like meaningful recreation and leisure, but also vocational training. And so I think for all of us on the project, some of our greatest aspirations are not only will participants, gain some like great pastimes or hobbies or leisure activities, not only will they, learn to maybe potentially, have some vocational skills, but they'll actually get jobs. And I think that's a big question that we're hoping to answer, and maybe approaching some local employers who kind of have spaces that line up with the different shops in Makerspace. So like as one example, like the framing and matting shop at Makerspace like is a real job that is done at like Hobby Lobbies or Michael's, and like it's a service that actually costs a lot of money. And so while the job itself might not be like the most flashy or like most complex, like it actually takes a great deal of precision and skill to do it well in a bunch of different applications. So our hope is just that people will actually realize like tremendous outcomes that will improve their overall quality of life, like including having jobs where they'll be more independent and be able to provide for themselves. Yeah, like friendships, right, is another thing. Like it'd be awesome if people like keep in touch with each other after doing a makers cohort, because I know like for a lot of us, like it was great seeing people actually like produce things, like make things, but like seeing them kind of light up and be excited to tell their like coworkers at the makerspace or their parents, or that real kind of sense of confidence and that was gained through that. Yeah, I mean, and again, this is just not a community that has a ton of avenues for success. And so, like, even just giving them the opportunity to learn something that many of us, like a skill that many of us might take for granted, but like, again, like framing something, like for them, it's like maybe one of the first times they've ever created something successfully and been able to stand by it in a proud way.
Yeah, I know in the first iteration there was incredible pride taken in with the things that they made, and then they gave some of them as special gifts and really like to come in and explain the sentimental value, and there was a good deal of bonding. And I know this iteration we kind of went more into the ABA, and so I know in the future maybe kind of bring all the pieces back together more.
Thanking our last presenters of the day. And for all of you joining us virtually, thank you for hanging in for a very long day of very rich presentations and exciting content. And I think with that, I think we'll call this a successful 3rd Annual Neurodiversity Summit. Thanks, everyone.